So not only do the physical community, no, it's fine. I'm excited about it. I'm excited about this.
Oh,
I think Dr. Hilbert.
I am not. Hi, Kobe. Are we in closed session?
Hi, Malaysia. No, we're not. We're just coming out of closed session. We'll begin in a minute or so, okay?
Okay.
Awesome. Okay. We are reconvening the regularly scheduled board meeting for Washington Unified School District. Announcement of items discussed in closed session. E1, Government Code Section 54957.6, Conference with labor negotiators, information received. Government Code Section E2, Government Code Section BPR 1312.1, appeal request. The board upheld the decision of the superintendent without hearing the complaint. E3, Public Employment, Government Code Section 54957B1, Assistant Superintendent of Business Services and Assistant Superintendent of Human Resources. Information received. All right, we are going to go to the Pledge of Allegiance. Oh, we have the flag right here. Okay. Vice President Wong, can you lead us in the pledge?
Ready to begin. We pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Vice President Wong. Okay. Let's go to roll call. Trustee Barnes.
Present.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Present.
Vice President Wong.
Present.
I too am present. And Clerk Venegas will not be joining us this evening. Moving on to the approval of the agenda. Would you like to make an announcement, Dr. Hildreth?
Yes, out of consideration for time, I would like to move item O2 to action, if we could move that above section L.
Okay, without objection. Okay. Do we have a motion on the approval of the agenda?
So moved.
Moved by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez,
I second.
second by Vice President Wong. And we'll have a roll call. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
All right, the agenda is approved. All right, on to Student Association reports. The Student Board Member report is from Malaysia Mateen, Washington, from Yolo High School. Hi, Malaysia.
Hello, everyone. Hold on, is my camera right? Can everyone see me? Hi, everybody. I wanted to be a part and wear my mask too. But first off, can I please thank the superintendent and the school board for allowing me this amazing opportunity again? And I just really want to say I'm happy to be back. All righty, I'm ready.
Go ahead, Malaysia.
Wait, my slides haven't popped up yet.
Okay.
Mr. Pizzotti, at this point, Mr. Miramontes usually puts the Google slideshow up for us.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you, Dr. Burns.
Sorry, I'm looking for the slideshow now. Give me 1 second. I thought I had it up and then I X'd out my screen. So bear with me 1 moment, please. Thank you.
No problem, Mario. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Malaysia. Give me 1 second.
You're welcome. Can I get a thumbs up if everyone can hear me clearly? Okay, great. Hey, here we go. Soccer season is off to a great start at Bridgeway Elementary. It has been so nice to see our students enjoying the teamwork and the competition that youth sports offer. Thank you to Stacy Hatz, Dr. Burns, and all of the coaches for making this happen for our 6th and 8th grade students. Bedtime Stories with Dr. B is coming close to an end for is coming close to an end and close to an end for the year. Thank you to our special guest readers, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez and Mr. Flansbam. Excuse me if I butchered your last name. Special thanks to all of the students who have turned in weekly to connect with our BWI families. And please be sure to stay tuned for Mr. B's final story time next Wednesday night. Okay, there it is. Elkhorn Village. Our girls and boys soccer teams are off and running. Okay, another team. Great work on and off the field. We are very proud of the work that you guys are putting in. We would like to celebrate Mr. Chris Dickey for being named ABC News 10 teacher for the month of May. Wow, congratulations, Mr. Dickey. News 10 will be highlighting Mr. Dickey soon, and we will keep you all informed. And we are very proud of Mr. Dickey for being recognized by his families. That is a very great opportunity for him. We are excited to welcome over 350 students on our campus for in-person learning. Our students are doing some great work and are very excited to be on campus. Yes, congratulations, Mr. Dickey. Oh, the team looks great. Everyone looks great. Middle school athletics. All 7 middle schools have both boys and girls soccer teams. Wow, that is very great to know. To date, Thursday evening, 24 games have been played over the past 2 weeks with the focus on teamwork, skill development, and fun. Games are played daily at HMO and strict CDPH guidelines are followed. Both flag football and volleyball are up next for middle schools, taking place in the month of May. P.S. Children, please be careful with the flag football. It can be very competitive. Opportunity Academy. The Opportunity Academy students work on team building skills with the help of interns from UC Davis and Greenlight Get Outside. River City High. Hybrid learning is doing very well at River City. Students and teachers have adapted to the changes and the students have been outstanding. River City will have an in-person graduation on June 4th from 6 to 7 p.m. at Sutter Health Park. Saturday, May 1st is the senior drive-through celebration to pick up caps and their gowns. Saturday, May 1st, wait, did I already read that? Yes, I did. Several community businesses will be present to provide the class of 2021 goodies. Athletics is in a full swing, and we are very proud of our scholar athletes currently in season. Track and field, personally my favorite. Baseball, softball, girls and boys soccer, girls and boys basketball, girls and boys volleyball, and also girls and boys water polo. That's a lot of sports for a school. That's amazing. Southport Elementary. Happy Administrative Professionals Week to Monica and Susan of our school secretaries. Congratulations, Miss Monica and Miss Susan. We want to thank our amazing PBIS team that has been meeting weekly to reinforce our positive school culture for a greater part of this school year. We want to thank Southport's PTO for working with us to support our teachers and school community throughout this challenging year. And I'm pretty sure we all can agree it has been a challenging year. Our boys and girls soccer teams are having amazing fun playing soccer. Thank you to athletes, parents, Mrs. Goose. Please excuse me if I mispronounce your last name. Mrs. Gooster, Deserset, Mrs. Hatz, and Mr. Burns for making it possible. Also, these must be all of half of the principals at the schools. Stonegate Elementary, sixth and eighth grade boys and girls soccer is off to a great, wow, everyone has soccer, is off to a great start. We look forward to adding flag football and volleyball starting in May. Stonegate, the Stonegate band is working hard at coming together and playing in person for the first time in 6 months. It is great to hear their sounds throughout the campus. Thank you, Mrs. Henson, for your dedication and work with our band students. I would love to hear the band. Washington Adult School. Congratulations to adult education students LaShawn Blessed and Catherine Urena for receiving their high school diploma. And also congratulations to our adult education student Delise Gutierrez for completing her GED and receiving her California High School Equivalent Certificate. Congratulations. That is so amazing. Westfield Elementary. First grade scholars are participating in hands-on science kits. Coach Sammy came and read to our scholars, and also our UC Davis interns have started in-person support every Friday. Oh, Wildcats. Sport, West, Westmore Oaks Elementary. Congratulations to our boys and girls soccer teams for their victories this week. Oh yay! The boys and girls soccer team won both of their games this week. The girls 4-0 and the boys 10-0. That is awesome. Congratulations. Sports for Learning providing much needed physical fitness and social emotion to support our students. And also the fifth graders are learning about volume and rectangular prisms and composite figures through an activity called Volumeville. It's not my favorite subject. Hybrid students are constructing 3D rectangular prisms with paper and tape, and virtual students are recreating rectangular prisms digitally. Students will name the different buildings and decorate them, as well as calculating the volume of each. That is very good for those students because rectangular prisms and were not my thing in elementary school. But it is very great that they're working hard. My school, YOLO High School. Congratulations to our recent YOLO High School graduates, Ethan Butchko, Katurman Darnell, Ronald Manicky, and Desiree Monroe. Congratulations. YOLO students are excited about the upcoming huddle and raffle next Thursday. I know I am. Huddles are being held once a month until the end of the year. Huddles recognize students for their efforts to improve in one or more areas, whether that's behavior, academics, or attendance. The raffle recognizes students for GPA, attendance, participation, and in the learning and participation in the learning center and the seniors learning lab and anything good that the students does at YOLO High School. P.S. Just to add another bullet point for YOLO High School, an amazing student named Malaysia Mateen Washington is being featured on the on the Washington School District front page as the student spotlight. I believe it's for the month. So if you have not, you should go check it out to learn more about me. Is there any questions? If
No,
not,
Malaysia,
thank you
you're
all so
always a
much for
treat.
having me. Thank you guys
Thank
so
you,
much for
Malaysia.
having me again. This is really a pleasure and an honor to be doing this.
Well, you make the pleasure all ours. You make this very lively and entertaining, and we really appreciate your energy. So thank you so
You
very
guys are making me blush.
much.
Thank you all so much.
Any questions for Malaysia? Anyone? Okay. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Malaysia.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on. We have WSTA report.
Thank you very much. I would just like to say I really anticipate following Malaysia's exploits going forward because I'm just so impressed with the charisma. It's just fantastic. So first of all, good evening, everyone. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, Cabinet and Trustees. To start, I want to extend a heartfelt message of thanks and appreciation to Stan, Norma, and Matt, and the rest of the UUSD cabinet, and also Annie Chisholm from the bargaining team, because in the 2 weeks following the ratification of the addendum to the MOU, the group demonstrated really steady determination to finalize language that ensured that our district was able to align with the most current guidance from CDPH and the CDC, meaning that we could blend our cohorts and have the 3-foot distancing. We committed to that at the last board meeting, and we wanted to get it done quick so we could get as many people in the classroom as possible. And just that was a lot of work outside the scenes that happened. And a lot of folks don't get to see the work of the cabinet and all of that behind the scenes. But I just wanted to acknowledge that it is steadfast and extraordinary, and big clap on the back, because it's not always fun, and it's a lot of late nights. So over the past several weeks, many educators have expressed a concern that virtual students since we began our hybrid model. For all the efforts, it seems that often our virtual students are getting a little bit shortchanged. It's been difficult to help this group navigate the constantly changing schedules, and attendance is a problem with virtual students. Furthermore, with recent adjustments, they've all but eliminated intervention time to help struggling students. I hope we can come together to find some way to support all students. It is terrific that we've all been able to bring students back in person, and there's certainly been plenty of advocacy for this group. I just want to make sure that our virtual students don't get left behind in the process, because many of them are still struggling. And so I know we can work together in these last couple of months to make change there. As the elected leader of WSTA, I want to take a moment to address some tensions in our academic and broader community. WSTA strongly believes in maintaining positive and productive communication in all interactions with the public, our bargaining partners, and amongst our own membership. Over the past several months, there have been individuals who have, in their personal capacity, turned to a more negative and aggressive tone. This has been the case for some individual parties within the community and also with some educators. For our part, it is important to say clearly that WSTA has not sanctioned any inappropriate communication or language. And as an organization, we take our role as community leaders and professionals very seriously. We vehemently urge colleagues to conduct themselves in a respectful manner as they advocate for their beliefs. For those listening tonight, let me be clear. WSTA believes in fostering positive and productive collaboration. We do not support bullying, harassment, or derogatory language. In the spirit of building bridges, I want to publicly thank the Return to School Parent Group for agreeing to meet with me and an associate last week. The conversation was quite productive, and we were able to clear up some important misunderstandings. There is no doubt that both groups have the best interest of West Sacramento students at heart. We do not always agree on the best course of action, but we can respect and recognize one another's positive intentions. WSTA looks forward to continued communication and collaboration with this and other community groups in West Sacramento. On a final note, I'd like to address the board directly. The past year has been trying, to say the least, and I appreciate the uniquely challenging position you have each found yourselves in. As I've said before, you've had roles thrust upon you that were not experienced by your predecessors and will likely not be faced by those who follow in your footsteps. However, I do believe that this spring, some of you, not all, fell short of your responsibility to this community and to our district family. Throughout the year, the school board responded incredulously when anyone in the community or within WUSD questioned our preparedness for our eventual return to in-person instruction. On countless occasions, board members would remind all who listened that there was in fact a plan and would urge patience and calm. In March, you received the full plan that you had been getting updates on all year. When you reviewed it, you asked reasonable questions and began to prepare for implementation. None of you seemed terribly alarmed or determined to change course at this initial presentation. Fast forward to the next board meeting. Many in the public aired their concerns about the approach that we had been working on for months. At this meeting, a few of you on the board now openly questioned the work of the previous 8 months. Seemingly out of nowhere, the board began to pick apart our model and eventually asked the WSD-USD cabinet to go back to the drawing board and redo the work. Some even acted as if they had never expected the model that was presented. Suddenly, the plan that the board had been reassuring the public on all year was not good enough for some on the board. This, in my opinion, was absolutely unfair to those who put their blood, sweat, and tears into this work for months. Expressing an interest in retooling objectives, giving the new metrics, changes in thinking or philosophy would have been frustrating but reasonable. Unfortunately, some on the board seemed to feign surprise over the very work they had been consulted on all year. To me and my peers, this was theater and self-preservation, and it was not a flattering look. WSTA has celebrated a great relationship with our district and our school board. We are not shy about recognizing your achievements and your commitment to our students, but please know this behavior reflected poorly upon you, and West Sacramento teachers and community members have taken note. With that, I just want to say thank you and have a good evening.
All right, thank you, Doug. Next is the CSEA report, which I believe is going to be presented by Norma Gonzalez.
Yes, good evening, President Pizzotti, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, colleagues, and community. CSEA President Daniel Gandara is not able to attend, so I'm honored that he asked that I speak a few words for him. So with that, first and foremost, I think there's a lot of excitement in that we have engaged in successor contract negotiations, and we have reached full tentative agreement on 16 of the 28 articles that are in their contract. More information will be coming, and we are going to be working together, CSEA and WSD, the bargaining teams, in putting together a joint communication, which will spell out some more details regarding the highlights of the successor contract negotiations. President Gandara, he also wanted to specifically thank CSEA's bargaining teams as well as WUSD's bargaining teams, with the comment that he understands that negotiations is a give and take. Because yes, it was, we bargained for a period of time, even during this pandemic. So we were really pleased of the outcome that we reached today. And also he wanted to express appreciation to Dr. Hildreth for the community forums, or the classified safe reopening of school forums that were conducted yesterday, or rather Tuesday and Wednesday. And with that, that's the information that he asked that I share with you. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Norma, we appreciate it. So now we're gonna go on to public comment. And with that, let me read the disclaimer. Members of the public may address the board on topics of our board agenda, in addition to topics that are under the jurisdiction of the board and are not on the agenda, although the board by law may not take action at this meeting. board may limit the total time for public input on any topic to 20 minutes unless it chooses to waive the item limit for a particular item. Individual speakers may be limited to 3 minutes to comment on any topic. Public comments consisting of individual charges, complaints, or derogatory remarks about any district employee are requested to be submitted in writing to the administration in accordance with the district's complaint procedure. As such, the board reminds the public that the district has existing board policy that allows the public to lodge a complaint against a district employee. This policy provides a comprehensive procedure for reviewing and responding to public complaints. This process provides more thorough opportunity to be heard than is allowed under the open meeting law that governs this meeting. The board respects the rights of members of the public to speak regarding matters on the agenda and other matters within the jurisdiction of the board. However, it is important for members of the public to recognize that comments regarding students other than speakers' own children made during a public board meeting may be legally actionable as a violation of student privacy. Both state and federal law prohibit the board and others from discussing confidential information in open session. To this end, be advised that if you reference a student's name other than your own student, you will be out of order and your comments may not be protected by the privileges that protect public speech. You could be found liable for such comments in legal proceedings. Furthermore, it is important for the public to understand that negative or derogatory comments made against district employees or others, even those made in a public board meeting, may be actionable civil defamation. I believe we do have one public comment. Two. Oh, okay.
Yes, President Pizzotti, we have one request and 2 raised hands as of now. So we'll start with the first request from Danny Langford. Danny, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Good evening. I'm going to repeat a few things that I made not quite as animated as at the last week's meeting regarding things I'd like to address that you talked about at your all-day workshop on March 28th that I actually attended. And many in the community might not know exactly what went on, as it was by phone all day. And I was on there except for the few times I got kicked off, like when you guys came back from lunch and closed session. But other than that, I was on there the whole time. So off the bat, let's address the community member that felt it was okay to comment that parents that are leading the charge to get you to open schools full time are structural white supremacists. And well, you know the rest of the story since it went nationwide. If that was me or someone else that you did not like, you would have shut us down immediately. And that comment would never have been allowed to have happened, nor would that statement have been allowed to have happened. And Jackie should have done that since she was leading the meeting. That was horrible. A few other things I'd like to address, as my 3 minutes won't cover all of my issues, is that when you decided to move the closed session item up, you should have made that motion at the beginning of the meeting. I'm all about procedure and policy, and you didn't do it right. Also, I continue to go on the record, like I did that morning and several other times, that when the superintendent's name is on the closed session agenda, it needs to be stated if it's an evaluation. And when you report out, as I got kicked off of the call to here, I emailed in and found out, I was told discussion was had and direction was given. You're not allowed to just go behind closed doors, according to the Brown Act, and discuss anything you want with her. It's nothing personal against the superintendent either. This is a majority of the board that's seasoned board members that have continued to do this over and over again, as they did with the last superintendent. Also, I find it extremely telling that Kobe's main issue at the beginning was reining in the public and enacting the 20-minute per item rule that, yes, it is in the bylaws and board policy. It's been that way for years. Very, very few times has it been used. But that's telling us, the community and parents, you don't want to hear from us. And I appreciate Jackie's comments about wanting to listen to the community, and that's what you're there for. I realized the guy facilitating the meeting, whose name honestly should have been on the agenda and wasn't, and I could barely hear some of it, And I quote, board meetings are public meetings in public, but are for the board, not for the community. I certainly hope that you don't take that attitude, as often these meetings are the only avenue to speak to you, especially people like me that some of you won't speak to or have blocked in my messages altogether or emails. And sometimes things just frankly need to go on the record. For Kobe to say people calling in multiple times make long statements is ludicrous, saying that that's why these meetings go on till 1 in the morning. Our 3-minute comments do not make these meetings go on long. Thank you.
Our next request is, excuse me, our next request is from Danny Therical. Danny, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Hello, thank you for having me. My name is Danny Therical, and I am speaking to you as a concerned community member. It's come to my attention that we currently have a charter school that operates here in West Sacramento, but this charter school is not approved by this board. This charter school is Highland Charter School and is approved by Twin Rivers. This school has been over the years taking students away from our own Washington Adult School, and I can only surmise that is the reason our district has had to do layoffs within this program. What I find of more concern and it's frankly disappointment is one of our own board members, Trustee Venegas, has advocated for this charter school. He has posted on his social media account advertising for the charter school and is listed as a contact for how to register. This, in my opinion, presents a clear conflict of interest as well as a disservice to our own schools and our school district. I asked this district to look into this charter school and its exact role in our district. We should be supporting our schools and doing what we can so that our school meets the needs of our community. I also asked this board to investigate this conflict of interest that may be present between Trustee Venegas' involvement with this charter school and his duties as a WSD trustee. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Next.
Yes, we have one more request from Maria Grijalva. Maria, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Thank you for this opportunity to speak. I'd like to echo the sentiments of Commissioner Therical. I actually called in to Washington Unified, speaking Spanish only, and I said I wanted to enroll in a second language, English, and I got a phone number, and it was told to press option 1, and the number I called was in English. And so I pressed option 1, and the voicemail was also in English. And I left messages. And so the person that I spoke to spoke English, and I said, well, I'm trying to enroll to learn English for a Spanish speaker. And so someone in Spanish finally called me back and said, oh, this is what we offer, and we offer GED and high school and blah, blah, blah. And I said, you realize there's a school named Highlands taking students away from Washington Unified. And I had to jump all these hoops just to talk to you. And presumably I only speak Spanish, and I just had to call a lot of English speaking numbers to speak to you because I asked someone that speaks Spanish to call me back. And he goes, yes, I really apologize about that. And I go, well, really? I said, well, if you're worried about someone taking students from you, I don't think you're that concerned, because I see you have everything in English. And so I don't think you really, so he was very grateful that I brought this to his attention, and now I'm bringing it to your attention. And I think there is a serious, if not lawful, conflict of interest here. And I don't think Mr. Venegas has any idea the seriousness of being a representative of Washington Unified and selling the wares of another private charter school. That is a serious conflict of interest. And so I assume that it's either he redirects himself, or we have a recall, or he simply just steps down because if he wants to represent a private charter schools, I've actually contacted Twin Rivers to see if he's a vendor, and Charter to see if he's a vendor, but we cannot have this. You know, he has no policy experience. I'm so sorry about that. And you know,
that is the time. I'm sorry, Mr. Hall.
thank you so much.
Okay. Moving on to O2, as we've moved that up in the lineup on the agenda. The approval of employment agreement between the Washington Unified School District and Monique D. Stovall for the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services commencing July 1, 2021, and terminating on June 30th, 2024. Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. So it is my pleasure to introduce Monique Stovall to the board and our public. And we are seeking that the board approves her employment agreement for Assistant Superintendent of Business Services. Monique comes to us as the Assistant Superintendent of Business Services candidate. She is coming to us with lots of experience and great enthusiasm to join the Washington Unified School District. She has great credentials. She's currently the Chief Business Official in Dixon Unified, where she has served successfully in that role. And she also has experience working in business services for over 10 years as the Director of Nutrition Services for San Juan Unified School District. And then prior to that, she was the Chief Nutrition Education and Marketing Outreach person for the California Department of Public Health, Women, Infants, and Children, the WIC program. So Monique interviewed with our panel. She went through the first and second round and received the highest marks. We reached out to her superintendent, who also shared great reviews about her work, and we're excited to have her join us. And so I'm going to ask Monique if she would turn on her camera and say a few words for us this evening.
Good evening, President Pizzotti and Wong, and members of the board, Superintendent Hildreth, and the Washington Unified community. I'd like to take a moment just to step back to our student board members report. Not only was Malaysia's enthusiasm uplifting, but it was so great to hear about the wonderful things happening at Washington Unified. That is why we're here. Those students are who we serve. And so for me, it is an honor to have the opportunity to join your team as the assistant superintendent. And I look forward to having the opportunity to serve the students, the parents, the staff, and the entire community. Thank you.
Thank you, Monique. And so at this time, I'm going to ask the board if you want to take action now, and I can read out a report, or if that is the pleasure of President Pizzotti.
First I need to read out the contract stipulations. So
if I can just mention, President Pizzotti, there is a portion that I can read as well. To read this into the record.
Go ahead.
Okay, so what we're asking is the board to take action to approve the employment agreement effective July 1st, 2021 through June 30th, 2024 with Monique D. Stovall for the position of Assistant Superintendent, Business Services. Government Code Section 54953 states, in pertinent part, prior to taking final action, the legislative body shall orally report a summary of a recommendation for a final action on the salaries, salary schedules, or compensation paid in the form of fringe benefits of a local agency executive. As defined in subdivision D of section 3511.1 during the open meeting in which the final action is to be taken. The following is the required verbal summary of the employment agreement. 1, the annual salary shall be $171,465.23 per year, and the district's contribution to health and welfare benefits is either $7,262.80 or $11,333.32 per year. Number 2, the agreement also provides for payment of Association of California School Administrators and California Association of School Business Official membership dues. The approximate cost of these memberships is $3,000 per year. 3, and lastly, the agreement also provides for payment of $300 per month for automobile expenses. Thank you.
Thank you. And since you read that into the record, I don't believe I need to read the entire thing. So,
I move to adopt the contract.
go ahead.
That's movement.
Vice President Wong.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. We have a motion and a second. Let's take a roll call vote. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Varna.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. And congratulations.
Welcome, Monique. Really excited
We are
to.
a crazy bunch, but you will enjoy having us as your board. All right. Moving on. Oh, I wanted to take, there was one hand that got raised on public comment before, and we moved along just a little bit too quickly. So I wanted to make sure that we got a chance to hear Amy Alfieri. Go ahead.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you, Amy.
I just wanted to provide some information to Danny and Maria, who gave public comment earlier. They should know that this board voted to lay off everyone in Washington Unified's adult ed program back in 2019. So I would encourage them to look into those decisions that were made to completely lay off everyone in adult ed and supposedly completely restructure the program. And that was in, I believe, June 2019. So I believe that's the reason that we do have a weak adult ed and ESL program currently. It stems from significant layoffs that happened a couple years ago. And I will reach out to Danny to make him aware of that history. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to L1. Update regarding WSD summer opportunities. Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. We have been working to make sure that we can provide many options for our students this summer, knowing that we have all experienced, or our students have all experienced, a number of challenges over this last year. And so our goal has been to provide some additional opportunities for summer, and we are grateful that we are receiving additional supplemental funds that will allow us to provide some more opportunities this summer. And so we wanted to share with the board, give you an overview and give the public an overview of what those summer programs will be. So if I can ask Yorgos or Mario to pull up the slides. Thank you so much. And we're going to start, next slide, please. And Yorgos, if you could walk us through the COVID-19 metrics. We always start with looking at our dashboard and making sure that we are following the current guidelines, because we know as we are getting better as a community and our rates as a Yolo County are seeing that we remain in the orange tier. We know that can only continue if we all work together and make sure we follow the guidance, because that's the way we're going to be able to have the summer school program that we want in person. So Yorgos, please move forward. Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. So over on the right-hand side where you see the orange and the yellow colors, this is essentially a quick snapshot of the state's metrics in terms of our tiers, adjusted case rate, positivity rate, and the healthy equity quartile positivity rate, all for Yolo County. The numbers have essentially remained pretty stagnant for the last couple of weeks, but that's a good thing because it's not really going up or down, but it's showing consistency across the board. There are concerns, at least in terms of some additional strains in Yolo County that have been detected of COVID-19. But again, it's the rates and the adjusted case rates that we want to look at, and they have been consistent over the last couple of weeks. The one thing to really keep in mind is there really isn't any discussions in terms of moving to the next tier until potentially the first week of May. And that's essentially the next time that the county has said that they will reevaluate and see whether or not we meet those metrics consistently over the next couple of weeks to be able to move that direction. Over on the left-hand side where it says WUSD metrics for April 15 to 21, this is essentially just the breakdown data from our school district dashboard just for the 1 week from the 15th to the 21st. And it's a snapshot of student cases and staff cases and then any potential quarantines that have been a result of that. Fortunately, we haven't had any staff cases, but we did have a student case just this past week. And again, these are just snapshots of week to week. The other element of the dashboard that allows a deeper snapshot into essentially a running tally or a cumulative total of what's been happening since February 2020 is in the blue shaded boxes down below. Really, the numbers themselves, they're always going to go up because it's a running tally. It's a cumulative total. But again, the one that's probably most relevant for our community at the time, especially with the progress that we're making with students back on campus and staff back on campus, is the short table or the small table at the top with the basic metrics. And again, you can always access this information on our website by just clicking on COVID-19 on the main tabs feature of the homepage for Washington Unified. And then you can access the COVID-19 dashboard for our district and see an additional breakdown by site in terms of student cases and staff cases. And that's all that I've got. So I'll turn it back over to Dr. Hildreth.
Thank you. Now, thank you, Yorgos. Now we want to continue and share with you the information about our summer programs. And so I'm going to turn it over to our Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services, Stan Moisich.
Thank you, everybody. Much of tonight's presentation, some of this is a repeat, but we do have a few new things that we want to share with the community. The current update for the Board of Education will include information and specifics regarding the following programs being implemented by Washington Unified during the summer of 2021, which includes our English Learner and Extended School Year Institute, our Spanish Dual Immersion, our High School Credit Recovery, our K through 8 Summer Boost, and our Virtual Acceleration Program, as well as an EVAPA enrichment for grades 6 and 8. So we'll start with our EL-ESY Institute, and this has been in place for a number of years, and it's rolling very well. And we anticipate having that at Elkhorn this year again, but starting June 14th for students and ending in July 9th. As in most cases with our summer programs, we should be getting out information to families very soon in a website for the district, from the district end, but also invites to families who are being targeted somewhere before mid-May. So as soon as possible, but before mid-May, we should all families should be hearing about the opportunities that will be available to them for the summer. Next slide, please. Simultaneously with the EL-ESY Institute, we will have for our first time ever a dual immersion summer program. And so this will also be June 14th to July 9th. And at this point, we are still looking for all our staff, but we think we're going to be able to get this off for the first time ever in our district's history. Next slide. To talk about our credit recovery for high school level, I have our Director of Special Programs, Dr. Jay Burns. He's on here with us tonight, and he's going to go over the next couple of slides.
Thank you to the school board for having me and Dr. Hildreth. So if you look at this summer school program for the high school, there's 2 tracks you will see, and they've got some great opportunities there. Virtually, they can earn up to 20 credits virtually, and in person, they can earn up to 10. So it's pretty exciting from that standpoint for River City High School for credit recovery during the summer. So you have in person and then you have virtual. Next slide, please. Okay, and then we've got the summer bridge that they've been doing every summer for the past few years. And this is the link crew, right? This is to get the kids articulating to the high school, getting associated with it, knowing what's going on, bringing in the freshmen and getting them set up for a good bridge to the new school year, hence the summer bridge. Everything from avid strategies, note-taking, organization, and from a former high school principal perspective, just getting them used to the new campus, getting them acclimated. Next slide, please. YOLO High School credit recovery, and I'm like a proud daddy right now because Malaysia set us up really good today at YOLO High School, looking great. So at YOLO High School, we're favoring like the extended year right here, and we're going to extend it right after school gets out. We're going to have kids working on catching up, completing classes that they haven't completed, and then working on Edgenuity, which once again is virtual and blended learning through Edgenuity. And students can earn up to 5 credits in 3 weeks or even more through the Edgenuity or completing work that they haven't completed for teachers. So we're pretty excited about that in that credit recovery mode. Next slide. And this is the summer boost. We're working on some logistics right now on the summer boost. Each school is looking at how they want to target their interventions to meet the needs of our students. I like the term learning acceleration. Thank you, Kobe. Well, I like that term, and we're looking at how we can support our students, and we're working logistically to see what this is going to look like on each campus, K through 8 across the district. And thank you.
Okay, so we can go to the next slide, and we have a brand new program and kind of conceptually very new to our district as well. And our coordinator of instructional technology, Avanda Divelbis, has been working really hard on this, and I'd like her to give you a little detail about this slide.
Hi, good evening. Our virtual acceleration program, it is brand new, and we've been working with about 25 to 28 teachers on this exciting opportunity. So what it is it's a structured independent learning activities by grade level. So our teachers are working on creating weeks at a glance, or we call them WAGs. And these weekly lessons will include daily activities. So for TK5, we're looking at ELA, math, and one other content area. And then in 6-8, we're looking at ELA, math, science, and history. And what we did was pick priority standards by grade levels that build over those 6 weeks. And so for grades 3 through 8, based on our iReady data, we know that the students need in ELA, the comprehension of informational text. And so they'll be working on those standards throughout the 6 weeks and building over that time. And then in math for grades 3 through 8, they're focusing on geometry. We'll also have the dual immersion program incorporated into these WAGs. So Spanish language activities for grades K through 5, which is what our dual immersion covers at the moment, will be included in these WAGs as well. The next steps for this that we're still developing is we want to add a live virtual instruction component weekly. So it could look like one math or one ELA lesson a week that any kid across the district could log in to the first grade lesson that builds from the WAG, which I'll show you what one of those looks like in a second. And then we're also looking at possibly a Google Classroom that all of the first graders or second graders could join and turn in some of these assignments from the WAGs and get feedback through Google Classroom from those teachers that are supporting the program. So those are the next steps that we're still figuring out at the moment. This is 100% virtual and independent at the moment, how it's built, and it's for all of our incoming kinder through 8th grade going to 9th grade students. On the next slide is an example WAG. This is one we built just as an example with our teachers. So this is what it would look like. We have a website where we're going to be hosting all of these. So this is a sample 3rd grade week at a glance. So the week of June 14th for comprehension of informational text, the students could click on that article, read it and write the main idea. And then the next day, click on the document where they could write some of the key details and write a summary. And so you'll see the geometry examples there, and then the other. And some grade levels, like 4th grade, has decided to focus on history all summer. Some are focusing on science and math and a little bit of art, PE, and mixing that in. If we do move to the component where we have the live instruction and feedback, it could look like a teacher giving instruction on how to read this article and pull out the key details, and then the students work on it throughout the week, and they could turn in their final summary in Google Classroom for some feedback. So if we add that component, that's what that would look like. So we're really excited about this opportunity. It'll be open to all of our students. All of the WAGs will be translated into Spanish, and we're adding that dual immersion component as well. So that is our summer acceleration program.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, thank you. In addition, I think the board's very familiar with our VAPA enrichment, since it is a program that our students brought to you earlier in the year. And so they're actually going to pull that off and make that happen. And we would be doing that June 15th to July 9th. That would be located on the Bright campus. And this would target students in grades 6-8. So again, information would come out somewhere before mid-May, and students can fill out their interest or application form, and we will be in contact with them from there to get them all the proper logistical information. And this will be the first time we've ever done this as well. So this is also a brand new program to Washington Unified for this year. Although we had Chris Hanks, our great drama theater teacher over at River City High School, and a number of his students were planning it last year, as you know, when they did the presentation. Slide. And I've mentioned this before. You know that we've had FEV tutoring. That's one-on-one online tutoring for students that they can access 24/7. We previously talked about doing this with a targeted group, but it looks like we'll be able to spread that out much wider. So we will put this out to our community around mid-May as well. And we can have a broad, pretty much anybody who wants to access this program would have access to it. So that's good news. And this is going to be targeting, it'll be dealing with students with ELA and math. So those would be the subjects that would be covered in this tutoring. And we're looking at other options as well, but at this point, those are just in the works. And so this is our summer programs for the moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Stan. That we hope gives you a wide, broad overview of the summer opportunities that we will have for our students. And as Stan mentioned, we will be sharing information with our principals to get the word out for families about enrollment. And we're looking to do that by mid-May, as was also mentioned, so that everyone can enroll. We'll be able to celebrate these great programs we've had, and we want to make sure we get the word out, especially with the dates, because we know our families need to make their plans. And so even if you have not received your enrollment information yet, please know that those are the dates that we're targeting, and so that you can plan accordingly. And I will now ask President Pizzotti if there are any questions for the team.
Thank you. And let's see. Yeah, let's see. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing and hearing none.
None received.
Okay. Seeing and hearing none, we'll bring it back to the board. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez, do you have?
Sure. I think that it was, I heard clearly it was brought up that we need to communicate with families the dates. I think with that, even before the date of yes, you're in, and finalizing it, because parents are looking at science camp or, childcare, whatever they need to do for the summer, they're looking at right now. So if they could just know that this might not be right for my child, and I can kind of take it off. For example, if the summer boost is targeted for, those are going to be the state standards of that year. And if your child showed mastery, then that might not be the right program for you, or if it's targeted for our students who have 504. So I think if people at least know, because I had some folks come up to me and say, would this be an option for my child? And they need to, at least for their planning, understand if it is an option or if one of these other pieces is better for them. So at least if we can give parents, here's the dates, here are the people who would qualify, we will give you the final confirmation by this date. I think that would be helpful to get out as soon as we can, because right now is when all those summer camps are coming up. And then I'm thinking about in terms of like and I really appreciate all of this work. I know it's a lot when everyone is already doing a lot. We have kids right now in class, so I know everyone has been, all hands on deck. Looking at, say, those WAGs, and I'm thinking if we had a, first or second grader, that's probably a lot of independent, we know that's independent time for them. And if there might be a way to have even a drop-in time for somebody to help support kids if they have questions, that might be really essential. I know that I volunteer with first graders on Washington Unified first graders. And I think that it would be really hard for some of our families, especially if they don't have access to the language of English, to be able to navigate this. So just that we're aware of that and can look at where we can provide extra supports, I think is important.
Oh, I do. Thank you. I'm just curious, do we have enough staffing for all of these programs?
Question, yeah.
We're still going through our staffing, so we have positions open. But we will have these programs, but we don't know the absolute extent to our staffing at this point.
Because understandably, and not just us, I think statewide, a lot of teachers and educators are tired, as you are. So really great, robust plan. And I'm just concerned of also just setting up realistic expectations for our community, but really love the plan, the intentionality behind this, but also know that just wanting to making sure that there's staffing behind that. Along the lines of Trustee Kirby Gonzalez is just focusing on that equity lens. And I hope that as we think about that, how students are going to be selected and enrolled in those programs, and there's hopefully there's an intentionality with who, when, where, and especially for the in-person. Maybe some families who have been virtual and smaller classes, maybe, who are English language learners, but I know that we have foster youth and homeless youth, and maybe we can have intentionality between, in terms of targeting the need, right? The name and the need. So just want to put that at the top of the list because everybody wants to do accelerated learning, but I want some intentionality with our equity framework to go into that. And hopefully that's being applied. And then appreciate kind of the dates on mid-May and just the, again, turnaround time, but understanding kind of the staffing issues and trying to make sure, and again, educators have to make those selections. So right now they're teaching our kids to understand that might be a little bit challenging, but just kind of wanting to kind of keep alongside our, along the lines of our equity framework and making sure the highest needs students are being, their needs are being met.
And if I may, Trustee Wong, yes, we are working with our school administrators when we are targeting students, looking at those students who, number one, are under our LCFF funding, looking at multiple measures of students who need support. And that's why we wanted to also ensure that we were able to offer some type of virtual option for those who need but may not necessarily fall into those targeted groups. There is still either the FEV tutoring component that's available or WAGs that will give, some structure to lesson options. And yes, we are looking into having maybe some office hours, 1 or 2 days a week, where students who might be in those virtual programs can come in and get some support. So more to follow on that.
No, absolutely appreciate that. And the concept of we're doing a virtual program for all students, but then the targeted in-person should be specified to certain student populations. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Wong. Like you hit the nail right on the head with the question that you asked in terms of staffing. Like that was my thoughts. Is we have teachers that are absolutely exhausted, as well as students. Right? They're frustrated and exhausted as well. But as we open this up to students that are, potentially below grade level, that could be a lot of students, which would then in turn require a lot of staffing. So I'm just hopeful that we certainly have priorities and prioritize certain individuals. I guess the question is, are we identifying the students that are below grade level through their iReady or through their report cards or through teachers' recommendations? Could you elaborate on how they're going to get to that determination?
Yeah, it's a little bit of all of the above.
Okay.
iReady is one of them, but we also are heavily reliant on the sites and what the teachers are recommending based on what they're seeing in their classroom or in the work they're doing with students. And of course, we are going to definitely be, particularly with the Boost program, that is a very targeted program. We're looking at students who need it the most. You talked about staffing. We don't have room to do or staffing to do every student in the district. So we are going to be very targeted to those who we think need it the most based on that data that you just mentioned.
Great, thank you. Okay. Yeah, Trustee Kirby-Gonzalez, go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to build on or to value add to the piece about the way that some of our kids and adults might be feeling kind of trudging through this year. And, we've been in many of the summer school classrooms over the years that are just incredible spaces where they really work to build joy through those great units that they do. And I think that is really going to need to be a focus like never before for some of this. So I think of the FEV or the other pieces you talk about in the WAGs, and looking at how can you also add in some of that just really just being a kid kind of fun connection so that our kids feel connected to school. Because I know some of our kids on the FEV, they won't feel the same connection that they're really missing right now. So, and it will make all of our educators doing this, have more fun too. So I just want to really point to that piece, that it's not just the academics, it's that connection that I think so many are all looking for. And then the only other piece I'll say is, if we can let our student board member, know Malaysia, in this case, he was tonight, that they can stay on if they look over the agenda. If we can have somebody just talk through how to look at the board agenda, because I think that these are discussions that we could have some really good student board member input on. So moving forward, I don't see Malaysia on here anymore, or I would ask. Thank you.
Well, we do tend to go late sometimes. So.
Yeah, definitely not all night. Nobody's.
Okay. Is there a public comment? It looks like somebody must ask a question.
We have a hand raised from Kenna J. Kenna, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Hi, thank you guys. Can you hear me okay? I was having connection issues. I apologize. I need to back up about a minute. When you were talking about the summer school staff, we have been informed through channels, how people talk, that there is not enough staff. I understand the burnout. I understand the exhaustion and COVID fatigue, but a lot of us, actually most of us, have kids that have to catch up. So is there a deadline or a certain time frame when you can tell us if we are adequately staffed for summer school? Sorry, my daughter's arguing with me in the background that she's not going. But community-wise, how is that going to work? Because it's soon, and all of this has happened so soon. So our concern is, if this is offered, is it prepared? It's going to be monumental for most of us to have our kids caught up for the fall. Just wondered if there is a timeline with the burn, I shouldn't say you, but the fatigue. Thank you, guys. I'm concerned about the rumor mill going around. If you could clarify, that would help ease a lot of your community tonight. Thank you.
Okay, since staff can't directly respond to a question, I'll ask the question. Or is there a timeline in which we plan to get staffed up by in order to know whether or not we'll be able to accommodate the amount that we would like to?
Our plans are to have enrollment or applications out to families by mid-May. And from there, we will look at how much staff we need, but we'll have advertisements out to our staff and all these different programs prior to that. And so we should have a good idea of how much staff are interested. At the same time, we're asking our families their interest. Again, as I mentioned earlier, it really depends on the program for the student as well. Some programs could have a full staff and some particular programs may not. So it varies from program to program, and it really depends on what interest that family has for that program. We right now are trying to put our greatest emphasis on students who we're prioritizing the students who the data has shown that need it the most. So that's kind of where we're starting with. However, we are expecting to have our virtual programs could be available for everybody. So any parents can access those. And we're planning to have additional person support to these virtual programs as well. So they're not just, that we're doing our best to make that happen. FEV tutoring has its own component. So there's no issue with staffing with FEV tutoring. Anybody who wants that option can do that and access it 24/7, because we know a lot of families don't use summer school, not because they don't want to learn more, but because of the times. It's hard for people to commit their family time to those structures. So that's why we think these virtual components might be helpful to families as well.
All right, thank you, Stan, I appreciate that. Is there any further questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, we are going to move on to L2. And it says here on the agenda, approval of the virtual academy for fall 2021-22, but I think it meant update, or because L wouldn't be under, the approval wouldn't be under information discussion, it would be under action.
Yes, thank you for catching that. President Pizzotti, we wanted to share information about the plan we have that we are designing to start a virtual academy. We recognize that with all of the challenges that we have had to face as a community over this past year, we know that there are students when we return in the fall who, for a variety of reasons, may still need a full virtual option. We also have heard from many parents and teachers about there are some students who have found that the virtual style of learning is what they need. And so
I can answer that. I can answer that. Yeah. So basically you have in your resolution for in-person school, you have in that resolution that we will have a virtual program in that resolution, which I've actually reached out to make sure that that was adequate and received confirmation that that was adequate for the CDS code for so that's why it says approval is an information item, because you will actually be approving that in the resolution to come.
Okay, I appreciate that clarification, Stan. Thank you. I'm sorry for the intrusion, Dr. Hildreth. Continue, please.
Well, glad to be able to answer those questions. And as I was just noting, that the intent of the virtual academy, again, is to provide that option for our students and families who have found that the virtual learning world works for them. And as a district, that is our goal and that is our mission, to make sure that we can meet the needs of all of our students in whatever forms come to us. And we've learned that virtual is now a need. So at this point, I'm going to ask Assistant Superintendent Stan Moisich to give us an overview of the planning that has gone thus far for the virtual program.
Thank you, Dr. Hildreth. The following presentation for the Board of Education will give an update on general information, program design, and key timelines. So as we've talked about this before, we are looking at something that is much more than just a temporary replacement for students who want a virtual option due to COVID. We're also trying to enhance the educational experience of students who have been thriving in virtual learning settings, because even though we have heard many of the difficult experiences over the course of the school year, we've also heard a lot of stories of students that have been thriving and are actually, their families are considering this as something that would be a benefit to them. We want to build a program that is going to even build upon more home and school communication and collaboration, which a virtual environment can lend itself to very well if it's done correctly. We've also heard for many years that we need to create a new and academic social emotional pathway for students that transcends just the the traditional limitations of time and space. Some students don't necessarily do routines in the same way as other students, and school is a very routine type of atmosphere. And that is something that we've heard from a lot of students, that they don't want that routine. They need more flexibility in their day. And we've actually lost students to certain virtual programs over the past few years because we didn't offer one. So those are some of the considerations that are going into what we're doing with our virtual program. There will be two virtual options for family, one divided for students in K-8 and another one for students in 9-12. The Virtual Academy K-8 will have its own CDS code, similar to what our K-8 schools do have now. Our WSD Virtual Academy for 9-12 is a program expansion, and it will be blended together with our current high schools. So they will still remain students in the Virtual Academy for 9-12 will still remain students in, for example, River City High School. However, they will just be doing their instruction through a virtual component. Whereas the elementary students will be in a separate school, although they'll still be linked to their home school for activities, as I'll talk about in the next slide. So although this program is virtual, it is still a WSD school, and it will be aligned and linked to WSD standards, instructional minutes, grading, expectations, all those requirements. We will be putting forward differentiation for all students who are participating, support staff for the learning needs. In addition, though, in-district students can attend home attendance extracurricular activities. So there still is a linkage to their previous school that they attended. Opportunities for students to accelerate by taking other courses is an option for some students. For the high school part of this, these courses will be A through G approved. They will retain WSD grad requirements. And in some cases, students can take in-person classes concurrently, particularly in the cases of labs, some of our career technical education type of pieces, maybe VAPA. There could be pieces where students actually come in person while primarily they're virtual students. So real-time interaction is utilized for direct instruction. So this is not just a long-term independent study program. This is about direct instruction combined with some independent instruction, but that would be mostly virtual with some real-time interaction with a teacher. And we've been working really hard with program design in Ed Services. And we have my director, Matt Ainsworth, has formed groups with other administrators and staff members, including a elementary group with our instructional coordinator, Amanda Davelbus. And we've also formed a high school group with our principal at River City High School, Brittany Billingsley. And Matt has been taking on the middle grades group. So I have him on this call so he can take you through what some of the work groups have discussed in the program design that has been happening.
Thanks, Dan. Good evening, Superintendent Hildreth, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, and Board of Trustees. We are extremely excited about the opportunity to provide a virtual academy for our families. We've been working hard with our parent and teacher groups, working on developing a structured virtual program that's both engaging and exciting for our students who want to participate. And the first thing we wanted to do was to help parents who might be on the fence, deciding whether or not a virtual program would be right for their child. So here is a draft of a self-assessment that we worked on. We got some feedback from one of our working groups today for families to use to help with the decision on whether or not the virtual program is a right fit for their child. We asked them to gauge their child's comfort level in working independently, their ability to reach out to teachers for help, for advocating for themselves, comfort level with technology, educational software, and their level of support at home. This isn't a mandatory, this isn't a must do, and there's no application process that this needs to be submitted. It really is just a tool for their own use to see if it's a right fit for their child. This will be posted on the Virtual Academy website, which will be going live tomorrow. Next slide, please. So we've been meeting with our teacher work groups, and we opened this up to everyone. We did a district-wide flyer, and we took on all comers, anybody who wanted to come and voice ideas or suggestions or concerns or questions. And we had a great turnout, and we actually had enough of a turnout where we could break into working groups that focused on elementary, middle, and high school. What we did is we created 3 focus areas for our working groups. One was overall program design, another one was academic structure, and another one was developing school culture. The working groups have actually continued to work beyond these dates. The middle school group has met twice. The elementary school and high school also met today. So knowing that the work is ongoing and it's beyond just the discussion, and we hold our working groups with some guiding questions. And we are now in the development phase. We're creating deliverables, sample student schedules, student expectations, parent compacts. So all with the input from our partners. The key guiding question for our working groups really was what components of virtual instruction from the school year should be included, and what components should not be included. And that was just a wonderful conversation to really take the best bits of a year's worth of experience teaching virtually, of what we should keep and what we shouldn't. Some recommendations were to remove long stretches of independent learning time, especially in the middle of the day. More clear and consistent attendance procedures, setting clear expectations for student engagement, such as keeping their camera on throughout the lesson. One thing that was significant to point out, that all of our working group conversations, without question, were all student focused. From discussing the academic interventions and enrichment opportunities, talking about access to extracurricular activities, and then ensuring that there's a daily focus on socializing and student social emotional supports. It was very clear from moment one that all members of our working groups had the best interests of students in mind. And it's just been a wonderful collaborative experience, and we're looking forward to continue that we're not done. So as the program grows, we're going to continue that collaboration. We also met with parent working groups with the same guiding questions that focused on overall program structure, academics, and school culture. It was great to hear their input on what kind of academic program would be best for their children. The parents' focused discussion was also on the academic and social emotional supports and how they're needed daily. And we're taking that into our consideration in our planning and making sure that time is carved out every day. We also wanted to make sure the parents gave input that students who are enrolled in the virtual academy had the same access that the in-person students had, the same high quality education, same standards-based learning, same assessments. One really significant takeaway was the priority of having strong school and home communication. As Stan mentioned earlier, we want this to strengthen the connection. This is something that we feel very strongly about. some recommendations have been held to, regular parent information nights, more regular parent conferences, and making sure that we're utilizing learning management systems. So make sure parents are connected and know what is happening in the classroom, the virtual classroom. So here's some estimated needs. So this is again just as part of our draft work. We know that all staffing is going to be based on student enrollment. And so our goal is to use our current staff to the greatest extent possible. It really is the challenge. We don't know how to staff it till we know how many kids are going to be there. And we don't know how many kids are going to be there until we build the program and get that word out to the community. And so we're really excited about tomorrow being able to make our website live to get that enrollment starting. So then we could start moving towards staffing and getting our staff trained. And so we're really excited about that. So here's some other needs that will be needed for a virtual academy: a lead administrator to lead the program, as well as a variety of support personnel from clerical to support staff, and obviously classroom teachers. With any new programs, there's going to be need for additional furniture, teacher workstations, classroom furniture for any in-person support, as well as really making sure we invest in our technology needs. To make sure students have all the devices that they would need, that our staff is fully equipped with workstations. And so that's just a few of the estimated needs going forward that we're aware of. Next slide. So here's our next step. So obviously this is an ongoing process. Here's an estimated timeline. This is one of Stan's very optimistic timelines. And this is one that we're definitely going to stay on top of, because there's a lot to do, and we're working very fast. And again, the exciting part is that this is not being done in a silo. This is a truly a team effort that it's just been so phenomenal to be a part of. So obviously we're going to continue the program design throughout April and into May. And so again, we're excited to launch that virtual academy website tomorrow. And that's where we're going to get that enrollment information to families. We've decided we're not going to send out a survey. We know the community surveyed out. We're going directly into sharing information and allowing them to register and sign up. We definitely want to start making that communication, building up our mailing list so we can start communicating with the families who know they want it, and being able to respond to families who have questions about it, because undoubtedly there's going to be questions. We're looking at holding parent information nights outside of the parent working groups. The parent working group was to provide input on what we want it to look like. We want parent information nights to be able to answer the questions. So we know that the families are going to want to know, what are they signing up for? Again, once we have our enrollment, we'll be able to know what our staffing needs are. So we're hoping, by this time in May, we'll be able to start filling our staff. And then once we have our staff on board, then the really exciting work on our end comes, where we start working with staff to align their curriculum and assessments and their pacing. We get them the professional development that they need. We get to start scheduling their students and communicating those student schedules with parents. And then over the summer, making sure we get all of our orders and materials and supplies in. So it really has been an exciting process. There's a lot that's already been accomplished, and there's even more still to do. And I'm just extremely grateful to all of the staff, our administrators, and the parents who participated in our working group so far. Their input and their suggestions and their questions have made the program design stronger already. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it back to Stan.
Thank you, Matt. And I'll turn this back over to the board in case there are any questions.
All right. First, let's see, is there any public comment?
None received.
Thank you, Yorgos. All right. So it's into the hands of the board. Do we have any questions? I'll start with Trustee Barnes first.
Just have one question. Is there a minimum number of enrolled students that need to be met to make this program happen?
No, it doesn't there's no minimum number. So we haven't yet placed, and we're not planning to place any minimum. So, at this point, we're going to see what the need is and do our best to address that. But we don't have a quota or a number that we need to arrive at. We've had just for information, we have schools that have less than single digits also in our district, including like West Sac Independent Study, our opportunity program. So it still can be a small school, and our which you're going to hear a little bit from our Washington Middle College High School started out small and built up big, and so that has a lot of good foundational abilities as well. So we'll see how it goes, but at this point, we do not have a number that limits or keeps people from entering based on a number.
Yeah, Vice President Wong.
Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of questions, and the first one is, I understand there's no minimum. I noticed on the CDS code there is an estimated 240, and that's a top end number, I'm assuming, because CDS code can be a little bit rigid. If there are more than 240 students in K-8, are we going through another level of kind of screening, if you will, of who might be appropriate? I know, for example, Washington Middle College, are we doing an interview? I know that there's self-assessment, but is there another layer? If we, for example, are capped at 240, but we have 500 in K-8 district-wide.
We haven't created any additional barriers. We just did kind of a general estimate, of maybe 240 could be a possible number. It could be less than that. It could be a little bit more, but we have not created any additional barriers in case it gets too big. We are trying to be very careful with our families, and that's why we put that self-assessment out there. We wanted people to understand that, virtual has its challenges, as we all know. And so we want people to be very clear that they're, and really think about this before they sign on. But no additional barriers have been talked about yet at this point.
Okay. And just for transparency, the CDS code is for K-8. So someone may ask what's happening with the secondary level or high school level.
Yeah, 912 will be absorbed into their high schools. So that will be just a program component of their high school.
So there will be in-person and a program component separate and aside. Can you explain a little bit?
Yeah, sure. I'll do my best. So it doesn't have to necessarily be in person. They could be virtual the whole time. However, they will stay, for example, I'm just going to use River City High School as an example. If they're a student at River City High School and they want to be a virtual student, they will be coded as part of a program at that high school. And their courses, to the greatest extent possible, will be virtual. But they will still be enrolled as River City High School students. Okay. So it'll be absorbed into the program, much like our independent study program is absorbed into River City, where we have students in that program are coded. They do not attend River City High School on a daily basis. However, they are still River City High School students. So it'll be done exactly the same way as that.
Okay. And I'm sure you've talked about the A through G requirements as a program because subject matter in high school, when we can't necessarily double up on subject matter specific teachers. I'm sure that's a consideration.
Could you say that question one more time, please?
Because in secondary, you have a lot of subject matter teachers, not, basically, elementary is a little bit easier, but there's a specific subject credentialing that's required in secondary because of the desire to meet A through G requirements for college.
Yes.
And I'm sure that was talked about with the teacher groups and how to address, at least for the secondary, because we can't necessarily double up on teachers. I don't think we could afford it. One, to double up a virtual academy alongside an in-person school.
So that's where, in some cases, you'll have some concurrent enrollment.
Okay.
So you may take your core classes online, but you may take an elective concurrent during a different time actually in person. So for example, if I'm a student and I have 4 classes that are on my schedule, 3 of them could be virtual, but 1, because it's not something that we're able to move into the virtual component, students could take that elective actually in person in some cases.
Okay. And I'm sure we'll see a plan. I just think it's a little bit more complicated at the secondary level with subject matter credentialing.
It is, you're correct. And that is why we are not moving that into a separate school right now at this point. That's one of the reasons that we're holding off on doing something like that. But in addition to, I do know that some of this working groups, what I've heard is they're also going to be using Edgenuity where applicable, where, to make help some things fit. So that will be a tool that can be part of just a tool that could help in some situations if we don't have a student who can fit their schedule the way we want them to.
Okay. Those are my primary questions, because the secondary is just a little bit more tricky to me in my mind. So, and just access to A through G, honors level AP, all of that is just, we made an investment in our equity board plan to actually ensure that all kids have access targeted towards specific subgroups in our LCFF subgroups for AP. And it's just hard for me to kind of wrap my head around what if you have groups in both? Would you still simulcast? Would you just trying to understand what that would look like? Thank you.
Thank you, Vice President Wong. Next, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. I'm going to do it after because I've already called for public comment, but I see two raised hands. And we don't see raised hands after we've
Yeah.
Since this is a very important, I want to make sure that we do get everyone.
Okay. It might be important in the future just to remind the structure, since it's been so different, of how that works, so everyone understands. Okay. So my questions are, thank you for this again. The jobs of assistant superintendent, of director, those are already challenging jobs. And this year has brought more challenge than ever. And now we're developing brand new programs. So thank you to everybody for your hard work on this. My questions are, would you be looking at having small enrollment? I imagine it might be possible to be having some combo classes if we have small enrollment here that we might not be able to sustain a teacher for, say, first and second and third. It might be a 1-2 teacher. Is that part of the consideration as we look at this? I know so much is contingent on numbers.
Yeah, that wouldn't be our first choice, but that is a possibility.
Okay. And then with that, do you think it's a possibility that TK would also have this opportunity to maybe be with kindergarten, or to at least put a survey out to see what the numbers look like?
We could put out that survey. We have not, at this point, we have not considered TK. So that is something we would have to look at additionally.
Okay. And then I thought about that with the virtual self-assessment. I think that's really a really smart piece to put in there. I did think about a first grader answering those questions. So maybe that same type of virtual self-assessment, I know you want to roll this out immediately, but maybe just considering that, putting a lens of a young learner on there, because the wording is such that I don't know of any first grader that might be able to knock all that, as independent as they might be, and they might be a really good fit. But that language is a little intimidating for our tiniest learners. And then what if it is not working? Let's say somebody signs up for the virtual academy and maybe they're signed up for reasons that are not that it's that this is the right fit and they were thriving, and there might be some other issues that are going on, and this is really not the best fit for the child. What is our default? Is our default coming back into our in-person class? What might that look like in terms of helping to set up our student focus? Because I wouldn't want somebody doing this program for reasons that might not be best for the child. And then having, as you talked about, a camera off, are they there? Are they not there? Are, so if somebody's not successful, what would that maybe look like?
Well, we definitely are going to be encouraging people to stay with the program for as long as possible. It's not great to have enrollment going back and forth. That can have a lot of confusion. However, we do recognize that there are situations where it may not be working out, and we do want to look into the best interest of the student. What we're hoping to do is create some windows of opportunity so that can be evaluated between the family and the school. So that if that is something that they find out, if a family and student find out this is really not the program for them, or they feel that way, that they have a certain window of time where they could maybe make a different choice should they decide to. So
Okay.
it's not very, it's much similar to enrollment in a lot of other programs. We definitely do want to encourage them to stay, and we want to have the support so that they can be successful. But we acknowledge that it is a very different program being virtual and in person, and there could be, those possibilities could exist. So we do want to give that, we want to give families, again, in terms of the best interest, we do want to give them that option or possibility. Although we're going to do everything we can to keep them there once they get there.
Great.
And also,
then,
I'm sorry,
yes.
just to add on to that, part of the process would be the same levels of support that we would do in person. The students would be part of our MTSS process to be able to identify, targeted supports, if needed, go through the SST process. So we really would, it wouldn't just be kind of like, 3 strikes, your camera was off and you're out. Just every level of support, with home visits and bringing them onto campus if needed for a certain amount of time. So we have that same fear of, when is enough? When is this program just not a right fit? We don't want to sentence someone to something that it just isn't working, but we want to make sure we've gone through every possible process to support them before we make that move.
Thank you. That's really helpful. And then, and I understand the staffing the everything challenge with moving, students moving. But let's say that my child, let's say I have a second grader, and my second grader is diabetic, and I'm not ready to have my second grader return to school in the fall with the COVID numbers as such after consultation with my doctor. And then let's say in October or December, they're able to get vaccinated, and I feel safe with them returning. So are we thinking that maybe in situations like this, that it could be at the grading period that we would communicate with parents if they are in a specific, a medical situation or reasoning for staying virtual?
We would like to do it in certain frame windows of time. Just for that reason, I think it would be better for not just this student for the consistency, but also for both schools, either the outgoing school or the the school that's receiving. It'll help the student in both cases with consistency. So we're hoping to have that have some windows of time where people could do something like that.
Okay. Great. And then the last piece that I'll say, I think this is a really exciting opportunity for our families. They don't have to look outside of Washington Unified. This is great. So I would, though, also encourage that we advertise and work not just within our Washington Unified community, but within our full West Sacramento community, because I know we've had families who have maybe turned to homeschool that might really welcome something like this for their family, or we have families that have turned to other virtual academies who might not be in our Washington Unified network, but who would be the right people to capture for a program like this. It might be the perfect way to meet their needs. So just thinking about how we can all help get the word out in the greater community.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And I just had, I really had one question, and you mentioned it would be necessary to get furniture. And I thought about that, and I was like, okay, so if we're gonna have furniture somewhere, does that mean we have a main place of residence for the virtual school? Where is that going to be run out of?
Thank you for that question, President Pizzotti. Our our plans are having that at the current Westmore campus, which will not be the current Westmore campus at for the next school year. So we will be using a portion of that campus for office space, for parent meetings, classrooms available for some in-person meetings and opportunities with teachers. So there will be teacher interaction with students. Although primarily virtual, there will be some in-person as well as some in-person support that will be available. So that would be located at the current Westmore campus, which will not be current for next year.
Not Fallbrook, but Clarendon.
Yes.
And until President Pizzotti gets unfrozen. So we traditionally take public comment after presentation, and we will do a public roll call of such desire to have a public comment, and we'll proceed with public comment then. With that, President Pizzotti, is it your desire to take public comment now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yorgos, can you let us know who is up for public comment?
Absolutely. Our first request is from Amaya Beck. Amaya, your microphone is turned on and you may begin.
Okay.
Hi, my name is Amber Pasricha-Beck. This sounds like you have put a lot of work into it, and thank you to staff for doing that. But my questions are, you answered about enrollment, but do we get funding for the children who are going to be virtual? And if not, and even if we are, how are we going to sustain a whole nother administration and students and teachers for this? What's that funding stream looking out, especially if enrollment's low? Because I can see it being high maybe for the next 6 months or year, but then what happens if that enrollment goes down, and do we get funding for those virtual students? Thank you.
Before we direct staff to possibly answer that, I'm going to move on to the second public comment so we can dispense of public comment.
Our next request is from Kenna J. Kenna, your microphone is on and you may begin.
Thank you guys. Sorry if my hand was up out of order. I'm still learning how this works. So as far as the virtual academy, I hear a lot of excitement and a lot of energy placed into it. Did I miss where it was going to be a permanent? I would thought when it started, it was because of COVID and all the changes that came with it. Is this something that's going to be adopted for years to come? Or are you doing it on a first basis? Because if there's grants or funding, that's great. But there's a lot of energy that also needs to be put back into kids being meaningfully returned in person full time in the fall. So yes, it's a lot of balance, but if this is a new push, like if it's a split enrollment, is it for a long term is my question going forward, because I don't remember that being part of it as I've listened to you develop this program. Thank you.
Back to you, President Pizzotti.
Okay. I didn't catch the public comments for both of them. I don't know if we want to direct staff to answer.
So the first question was whether or not we would be receiving ADA for at least the virtual academy on K-8. Happy to answer that. My understand, or staff can answer it. It's the reason why we're applying for a CDS code. So it's one of the questions that maybe Assistant Superintendent Moisage, would you like to elaborate on why we're applying for a CDS code and for what purpose that is? And in the event, what happens if it's not approved by the fall?
Okay, thank you. Yes, so we are funded for those students. So we do receive funding for all the students because they are still Washington Unified students attending school. So we do receive funding for them. We're applying for the CDS code because we see this as a long-term benefit. and not just something short-term that solves the problem of students that want to be virtual for COVID. Although we acknowledge that will be a motivation for many students, but we want students who participate in the virtual academy to have the greatest opportunities for success. And we do know that there are students currently within West Sacramento who have already been seeking virtual opportunities elsewhere. And we also know that there are students who, after having this experience, may prefer the virtual experience. And we want this to be a opportunity that is not just something on the side, not just something we're doing to support students who have to be virtual because of COVID. And that's why we didn't want it to just be a program. We have 7 K-8 schools, and we wanted this to be its own, because it was drawing students from all those schools. We wanted this to be its own entity so we could give it the best, fullest support. We think that is the, having it being its own school, that gives us the best long-term option for success in this program, not just something that's left over that we do on the side. In addition, given the fact that it will have its own CDS code, it does make reporting much cleaner. And given the fact that you have students coming from 7 different schools, possibly going into it, it does make all the reporting requirements and accountability much cleaner.
Great, thank you, Superintendent Moisich, or Assistant Superintendent Moisich. Is there any other questions from the board? Seeing and hearing none, we will move on to L3. Washington Middle College High School Yearly Update. Dan Moisich, Assistant Superintendent of Educational Services.
Oh, thank you again. So tonight we have the Washington Middle College High School Charter, which we're located on their premises tonight. As you know, the charter requires that the Washington Middle College High School principal compile an annual school performance report to the Washington Unified School District Board of Trustees. This report shall include, at a minimum, the following information: summary data, analysis of student performance, data on the level of parent involvement, data regarding the number of staff, a copy of the charter's school health and safety policies, overview of the charter school's admissions practices, information on how the charter is achieving racially and ethically balanced student population, and just other information. And so tonight we have with us Principal Sean O'Neill, who's in some room not too far away from us, and he's here tonight to give you an overview of the program.
Thank you, Assistant Superintendent Stan Moisich. Good evening, President Pizzotti, Vice President Wong, trustees, Superintendent Hildreth, cabinet, staff, families, and students, if you're still here. I'm gonna wait here. We've got some slides to show you. We don't want to be looking at me for the next 5 minutes, that's for sure. There we go. So this is normally this is covered in our celebrations that we do, but we kind of skipped this year for the school celebrations. So that's why I'm coming to you individually right now. This is I figured I'd start with death by PowerPoint. So this is pretty much what Stan just summed up, which is why we're here tonight. Next slide, please. Our advisory council acts sort of like a mini board, according to the charter, and that is made up of all of the stakeholders you see here, myself and a teacher, Ms. Sawyer, one of our students, and then 3 parents, 2 9th grade parents and an 11th grade parent. Of course, Stan, and then our professor that teaches the 9th grade class, the HCD courses, and then the West Sac Center Dean, BJ Snowden, who actually is now working at the Los Rios district level. So interim Dean Ashu Mishra is, she's back. She was interim before Dean Snowden was hired, and she is now interim again. So that'll change. I'm not sure when that'll change again, but that's where we are with the advisory council. They've seen this presentation already, and we'll go ahead and move on to the next slide. So what you're about to see is the result of the hard work of these folks. I take very little credit. As you all know, Washington Middle College has gone through all of the highs and lows of the last year, just like every other school, with some major successes and major challenges. But these are the ones, the folks who have worked the hardest here for sure. And then there's also the support staff at the district level too that have helped us out. Next slide. We'll start off with enrollments. We have 164 current students. They are broken down there. You'll see that we have 9 students waitlisted at 10th grade because we're not staffed for 3 sections at 10th grade. We'll see how many. We will probably lose 1 or 2, and we have lost 1 or 2 throughout the year. And so we'll see if we can accommodate those as we increase staff over the next 2 years, and if they still want to come back or come over. So that's what that looks like this year. The breakdown of these students. Whoops, no, that's you're good. That's the current ethnic breakdown of the students according to our ARIES data. I'll go ahead and let you look at that for just a second. And the next slide compares it with Washington Unified's breakdown, which I feel is pretty telling. So we are representative of Washington Unified's student body, which is very cool. And it's nice to see that the school's mission to serve students who are probably first-time college going is actually being carried out. Next slide. So current enrollment projection for next year is 226. Those numbers there are with everybody moved up. We have 46 listed so far on our enrollment sheet. And last year at this time, we had 44. We did end up last year with a waiting list, but then with COVID and the beginning of the year, we dropped down to our current 60. We're at 65, I think, freshmen. But it's looking good for next year. We have 20 something spots left. So if you're watching and you're interested, head over to our website. This is the breakdown of incoming 9th grade enrollments. So you can see where they're coming from. We are bringing in 10 students from out of district at this point, which is on par with last year. That's about right. We had 8, I think, this year. So, but you can see kind of the spread out. We've done virtual visits to schools. We've done letters that principals can hand out saying, hey, we think you might be a good fit for a school like this if you're interested. We've done enrollment information nights. And then we've got, over the summer, we do some Facebook ads that kind of push us over the top. Next slide. You've seen these before too, but I wanted to kind of give you the connections for why we're going to cover some of the things that we're covering. These are our 3 goals from our SIPSA, basically improve student achievement, foster relationships with our stakeholders, and ensure students' success through safe school, healthy school, nurturing environment, and support. The first one, next slide. The first one, I want to tell you an interesting story about first semester. So in the first semester, our 9th graders take 2 8-week college courses. They're their first college course. It's human career development. One is like success in college, and the next is success in careers. And those are kind of our barometer for how kids are doing with the middle college format. They are taught by a professor, usually on our campus, but with COVID, it was virtual. So not only were these students coming to a new school from 8th grade in a pandemic where they didn't get to meet anybody in person, but they were also attending Sacramento City College for the first time virtually as well. So it was a very, very difficult time for them. And the first 8-week course, we had 21% of the approximately 70 students either fail that first 8-week class or be withdrawn, which we consider a failure on our part, right? We had to take them out so they didn't get that F. We immediately attacked that problem via communication with the professor, with the dean, our counselor here, who is part-time currently. We funneled some of our COVID emergency funds to her hourly pay to get her to call and really focus on those kids in that second 8-week course, because those kids that were withdrawn were still enrolled in that next 8-week course. It was kind of a nice refresh or restart for them. And you can see after that first bullet that that second 8-week course, we only had 1 student withdrawal and 8% of the students, 6 students below a C in that class. Sac City College considers a D not passing. So that's a huge increase in success based on our targeted support that we gave those kids through the use of the COVID funds to support our counselor. Next slide. The stakeholder piece, I just throw this up here. You can see our strategy for this year was to create the advisory committee action plan. We're currently working on that, but we have a really solid advisory committee now. I think that comes from having more parents and a little bit more consistency at the Sac City College level, because with the turnover, it's harder to get people to come in. And then our third one is the to ensure students' full engagement and success. And our biggest strategy to achieve that was to review and refine our seminar period. And that was the kind of one of the big benefits of actually having no students on campus, was that we could really craft this seminar class without having to manage the students physically. So if you go to the next slide, this is the homepage in Canvas of our seminar class. You can see there we used it as a hub for our academic support, emotional support. In like that class calm zone goes to a page where it then takes kids to, like, you can watch a YouTube video of you know, fish in a river and things like that, or little yoga pieces, or some breathing exercises, or some puzzles that are soothing. So all kinds of resources here. And it also has a live component. So seminar is every Friday from 9 o'clock to 10:30, usually whole school face-to-face. But we've been doing it completely virtually. We've been doing it synchronously, but virtually. On the next slide, you'll see our first few lessons, and you can see how they started at the beginning of the year in October. We were doing some social emotional learning things, self-care workshops in September, life skills in November, time management, and we worked away from the social emotional things and then into some of the practical pieces, college tours in January and the like. We're doing enrollment pieces now. So it really has been a success as far as structurally for the school. We actually didn't enroll students in a seminar class until this school year. We were using seminar as a third day of AVID. And that was just because of staffing and time to craft a new course. This is essentially a new course defined by the charter. And so we were really able to attack that this year. Next slide. Also included in these supports to help students feel safe and taken care of is the PBIS work that's supported by the district. And you can see our PRIDE acronym there, and over, oh, I got the right shoulder, I'm even backwards. And those are our Panther Pride Awards that go out anytime a teacher refers a student really quickly. Next slide. So this is something I want to thank Dr. Phillips for this and his department. This is our first semester chronic absenteeism data. And I think when I saw this originally, I was shocked and went with the, well, we're a small school thing, right? But that doesn't explain why our attendance improved in the middle of a pandemic when kids weren't on campus. And so we brainstormed the things that we were doing to support students and get them to want to attend class. And you'll see here a list of things that we think are the reasons that we've had that success. The biggest one and the newest one for us was, actually, I'm going to shout out to David Marks, our science teacher. He takes the first 5-10 minutes of took, now that we're back in person, every 5 minutes of class to do attendance as kind of a team sport. And he'd go down the list, and instead of just taking attendance, he would ask the students to text or call their friends who weren't in class. And it really became about getting everybody to go to biology or chemistry. And I think that helped foster kind of a real attitude about helping the people who needed the help the most. So those are the things that we think helped us be successful with regards to attendance. We haven't really dug into this semester yet. It is later in the year and it is just school, so I'm feeling it'll be, we'll be back up to normal a little bit later, but we'll see. Next slide. Academically, we started the year, that's okay, go ahead, thank you. We started the year reading Grading for Equity by Joe Feldman, and each year we have a book club. It's part of the charter, and we try and choose something that's directly related to equity and the underserved students. And this book has really helped take the ideas about standards-based grading and kind of push them over the edge. Go ahead to the next slide. In the middle of our pandemic year, our first year teacher, not first year teaching, but first year with us, he came to us from Florida and had been working at a college, and before that high school. He rolled out the Learning Mastery Grade book in February. So this is coming to a new school, meeting all his, well, not even meeting in person, all his math students, seeing what they're doing, seeing where they're at, and then switching over to a mastery grade book in the middle of a school year. And I got to tell you, it's been the most wonderful thing that we've had. We went through a painful time in November, December, because kids were starting to find out what they didn't know. Here are the specific things you don't know how to do, and that's painful. To give you an example, our 11th grade class, they are on their third math teacher in 3 years. And so they're finding out what they don't know as far as Math 3 goes. The benefits of this is now we get to really tell them what they need to learn, and we get to focus on those things with them. Go ahead and go to the next slide. So that happened in a couple of ways. At the end of the first semester, so we have a 3-week winter break because we match up with the college. Mr. Ceballos worked with students, some students, over the winter break. And what we did was, instead of giving Fs for math in first semester, we liberally used the incomplete grade. So this did a couple of things, right? It turned a failure into forward motion instead. You're not done yet, okay? So the conversation changed. It gave students hope, some students, not all students, but some students. And it also introduced them to the I that you can get in college, which is very different than this because that's more independent and a little bit tougher to handle. But we did get to start those conversations. And it really kind of held us accountable as staff. We have to save these kids. These Math 1 kids, if they don't know these, let's say 10 things this semester, they're not going to get these other 10 things second semester, and so forth, right? So you can see here some percentages of students that completed this first intervention, if you will, a new intervention during first semester. So 15%, for example, of the Math 1 students that would have gotten an F completed this and were moved up to a C. Because again, one of the pieces of our charter is that we actually aren't supposed to be giving Ds. A student is either demonstrating proficiency or they are not. And so that's that C to F piece. So these would have been 15% of our students who would have gotten an F first semester in Math 1, completed this and moved their grade up to a C by the second week of January. So that's something. Next slide, please. This same program, you can kind of see how it worked. It was through the month of January. They reviewed the recorded lessons from before, scheduled test dates online with the instructor over the break, and that first week when Washington Unified was back, but we didn't start yet. And they only tested on the objectives that they didn't demonstrate proficiency in, not on a whole test. So they didn't take the whole semester 1 test over. They just, and some kids did, but they just took the pieces they needed to demonstrate proficiency. And you can see here the grade changes. The gray is a C grade, and the orange is a B grade, and the A's are blue. We'll go ahead and move to the next slide. So then the next piece was, we actually named it, we called it the Standards Competency Improvement Program. And again, this is all because we can see the specific standards that these kids aren't meeting. This is during the year. So imagine a semester one math student who was not successful in semester one. And again, instead of piling semester two on top of that with all of those holes, and semester two falls through those holes, we're filling those holes during the course of semester two. And this is we did a couple of things psychologically. We wanted to start thinking we have 4 years to get these kids to pass 3 math classes, right? That's kind of the idea. We do want them to take more, but that's not right for everybody, right? But we're telling them with our diploma that these kids know math 3. So we wanted to get them there. We want to think 4 years out. We've got time right now for these, especially these 9th graders. The other piece with this improvement program is that students have to show that they are ready to take the test before they take the test. So it's like a pre-test. If you don't pass the pre-test, you don't take the actual test. And you can see here the grade changes that happened with the students who completed the SKIP program. And that was about the first, I want to say 8 weeks of the second semester here. And then we'll go to the overall on the next slide. So this is the math recovery summary for this year so far. We still do have students in another round of the SKIP program. But if you look on the left, that's the grade distribution of everybody who completed the recovery program. So that's a good chunk of students. On the right is considering, like, 1 would be all of the students who did not demonstrate competency, right? So who would have failed. And out of those, you can see the percentages and the grades of the students who were successful after one of these 2 recovery programs. It's been really exciting. And we do have one more layer before we get to the usual, oh, well, you failed, now you got to take summer school, right? Summer school is great too. But we're trying to put these pieces in before they get there. So when we get them next year as well, they'll be ready for Math 2 or Math 3. Last but not least, seniors. I got to tell you, so one of the things that is sort of a joke, but not, is that we only have 11 seniors. That's actually a lot for us. Last year we had 5 last year. And out of those 11 seniors, 10 of them applied to 4 years, okay, UCs, CSUs. 1 did not, because that student has a plan to move to Hawaii, do community college in Hawaii for a year to get residency, and then a transfer, right? So the other 10 were all accepted to 4-year universities. And actually these numbers are a little wrong because Stanislaus just got a second one, so they're up there. One of them is already a sophomore at Northridge. And another one is getting her AA degree. So it's been a very successful year. We do still have to get them all to graduate high school, and that's going to be a challenge for a couple of them, but we got it. And we're really thrilled to say that practically 100% of our students are going to be at a 4-year college next year. So we have 41 juniors, and those juniors are going to probably hit pretty high percentages too. So, thank you guys for bringing this program to Washington Unified. Thank you for your support at all the different levels. Student services, especially food services, especially all those folks. But it's been a really good year for us. It's been a hard year, but our students have done some really, really cool things. I'll take questions if you want, but again, thanks.
Great, thank you, Principal O'Neill. Let's see, before I go to questions from the board, are there any public comments?
None received.
All right, thank you.
Put it to sleep.
All right, any questions from the board? Yeah, Vice President Wong.
Thank you for such a robust presentation, Principal O'Neill. And as you know, we talked about mastery grading at a retreat, so really excited to see the ability for actually what charters are meant to do is to actually pilot at small scale so that we can scale and test what is right at the larger scale. So throughout the district, so really appreciate seeing that, and I'm really excited about the potential and what that plan might look like as we kind of develop our LCAPs, moving the future for true equity. I just want to ask a clarifying question because I had a reaction. And so when you actually showed the ethnicity slide, you made a statement that we are meeting the goals for first-gen students. I just want to, for the public, to separate that just ethnicity doesn't always mean that you are first-gen students. So here's my clarifying question. Is do you actually have the data on first-generation college-going students? Because I know some of those students are actually students of color who actually are not first-gen.
Right.
So I just wanted to kind of publicly say, okay, that's a possibility, but ethnicity doesn't necessarily mean that all students of color are first-generation students.
No, I appreciate you for catching me on that, because I actually did have a slide in there because Aries does have that data, and it was right after that one, but we pulled it because it turned out that we pulled last year's data. So I don't have that data here tonight. I can get it for you, but we have. We are mirroring kind of what our community is with regards to enrollment. I think I may have said to you, 3 years ago at some event we were at, that I was worried about this becoming, a certain type of school of just with the parents that are trying to get that advantage for their kid and get through high school fast. And it's not that. It is diverse, and we have, as you saw, we have students who are successful and we have students who are struggling. So it's I'm really proud of the community for trying it out, because you guys know my job has been to sell too, right? We have to sell this program, and we learn about it every year. And it's a big deal going to a school that you don't see in the movies, you don't read about in books, you don't even understand because they're in college at the same time. And so I'm proud of the community and for the board and the district for supporting it.
I must, however, also qualify that it does meet the racial equity measures, right? So I just want to clarify.
No, thank you for catching me on
that. So really excited about that, because I think it offers the road to higher education in multiple levels, right? So when we think about equity and racial equity, whether or not you're first gen or not, kind of getting the head start makes a whole lot of good sense. So excited to see some friends on your advisory. I've heard good things about the program there. And so thank you. I know that when it first started, it was a different type of school when we took it over from the original charter. And you definitely took a risk and helped us transform it to something that has been a robust, really high, high rigor type of campus and programming that is actually rooted in equity. And again, want to end in really excited to actually learn more about mastery grading, because it was something that I was excited about. I've been talking to Superintendent Hildreth about how we meet students and communities where they are. I love the fact that that because you're small enough, you can integrate the social, emotional relationship. Attendance as a team sport, right? This is actually, as we think about transformative education, and I keep saying this, right? When we think about, and part of me is coming off of my own commission meeting about trauma-informed systems changing to meet the needs of students. That's exactly what your teacher did, right? That it was not the traditional, hey, you show up, you don't, then I'm not gonna do anything, but a transformative way to create relationship and community. So that there was that, so just kudos to you and your team and your science teacher for thinking about outside the box, the traditional ways to do that. Obviously much easier when they do have when they're older to have phones, different when they're elementary students. But I really love the whole entire wraparound and kind of testing things out about what might work and what not work. And so again, just thank you for, if I might say, taking the risk of taking this when we really had dwindling enrollment, and now we have a wait list. Whoever thought that we'd be in a place where Washington Middle College would be a wait list. So thank you for that.
Thank you.
And I would just like to piggyback on some of those comments, because I think Vice President Wong really hit on some great things. And, I really love the mastery grading idea, and it really does pinpoint, where work needs to be done. And I think, as you presented in your slideshow presentation, you really hit all the data points that really kind of show the improvement in growth with facts and figures, and that was like really helpful for us to, like, somebody who like me is not in the educational world to see, okay, this is how this program works, and this is how I can clearly identify, some kind of growth and mastery from, a program that we are now implementing. And I think that's fabulous. And again, I agree. Like, the attendance as a sport is a phenomenal idea, right? I just wanted to quickly comment on those two things. And having been here when this charter first took, we took it over from the previous charter and implemented it, and to see it grow is really, it's just kind of making me proud to see, a wait list, right? You've done a tremendous job, Principal O'Neill, and you deserve many kudos for that. So anyway, I'm done with gushing. I would just like to open up to other trustees. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Yes, thank you. I appreciated that as well. It was a great presentation, all great to hear. I echo what my fellow trustees are saying. And for that kind of background fully, it was UC Davis that had come in and partnered to have a independent charter school. And it became at the point where it was not sustainable, and they came to us and we turned it into the dependent charter. So it's under us, no longer on an island. And it is incredible to see how it is sustainable and has now can run itself because of a lot of hard work. Because as you said, you are also selling the program and getting out there and working hard to recruit. So thank you for all of your work. It's exciting to see. And this is exactly what we had all hoped for when we said yes to a dependent school. So thank you for your work, and to your whole staff. And graduation, I didn't write it down. Can you just remind us, is that going to still be at the barn? And what are we thinking?
So we'll probably be, is it Bright? No, it's the Lakes Park. We're not, okay. The barn is YOLO.
Oh, I really apologize for that. Thank you.
We'll get you the info as soon as we're sure.
Oh, good. Because we cannot wait to celebrate. Yeah. Wherever it will be, we will be there.
Bridgeway Lakes Park, is that what it's called?
That's a great park.
That's what we're shooting for. So.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I'm glad I asked. Thank you so much.
No, thank you.
I don't, but I do appreciate the presentation and the information. I remember, well, not last year, but 2 years ago when you came to Elkhorn and did the presentation. I thought, what a cool place. So it's fun for me to be sitting in this campus now and recognizing what a great job you've done as principal and all of your staff, and how hard the students have worked. And congratulations to all the seniors.
Thank you very much.
All right. If there's nothing further, we will move down to board governance and M1, approval of resolution 2021-39, return to full schedule in-person instruction at the beginning of the school year 2021-22. Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. We have heard over the last year of how important it is that we have been working steadily to get to full in-person. We've had a phased approach over this last year. Right now we're in phase 5, which is our hybrid model. And the goal has been to get to phase 6, which is a full 5-day in-person traditional school model. We're thrilled that we're going in the right direction in terms of the data to support that this is going to be the option for us. And so what we are bringing forward to you this evening is a resolution to affirm that this is something that we plan to do here in Washington Unified. And so I present to you the return to full schedule in-person instruction at the beginning of the 2021-2022 school year resolution.
Okay, thank you. Should I read the resolution first or hear the public comments first? Public comments, okay. We have two public comments. First, we have Danny Langford.
Honestly, I would appreciate if you could read the resolution first, as many of us have been unable to open it to even see what it says. So it's kind of hard to ask questions on it when you don't know exactly what it says. So is there a way we can do that? Yes, no?
Yeah, I can open it. Yeah, Danny, I'll give you your time to, yeah, I'll give you time to speak on this in a second. Danny, let me open it and read it, okay?
Okay, and I would just let you know, Kobe, there's been a lot of feedback on your mic tonight, or it's been hard, like you're muffled more than just a face mask. It's like totally like your mic is away, just so you know.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that. Okay, so it's resolution number 2021-39, return to full schedule in-person instruction at the beginning of the 2021-22 school year. Whereas the Washington Unified School District schools have remained physically closed for full in-person instruction since March 16th, 2020, due to the worldwide COVID-19 pandemic and national statewide emergencies, and whereas Senate Bill 98, SB 98, passed the legislature and signed by Governor Gavin Newsom on June 29, 2020, during the COVID-19 pandemic, mandates that the compulsory education requirements of Education Code Section 48200, requiring pupils between the ages of 6 and 18 to attend school, continues to apply in the 2020-2021 school year, and according to further mandates that all school districts shall offer in-person instruction to the greatest extent possible during the 2020-2021 school year. And whereas the WSD Board of Education approved the district's reopening plan for the 2020-2021 school year, which outlines a phased-in return to in-person instruction as follows. Phase 1, 100% virtual model. Phase 2, learning centers and daycares. Phase 3, in-person assessments. Phase 4, small cohorts of in-person instruction. Phase 5, hybrid blended learning model. And phase 6, traditional in-person learning model. And whereas at the time of posting this resolution on Monday, April 19th, 2021, Yolo County is in the orange tier, and its adjusted case rate is 2.3 per 100,000, and a 7-day average positivity rate of 0.6%, as stated in the most up-to-date Yolo County COVID dashboard. And therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education directs the superintendent and staff to commence either the district's phase 6 traditional in-person learning model to provide all students in grades TK through 12 full schedule in-person instruction beginning on August 11th, 2021, consistent with COVID-19 CDPH and Yolo County Department of Public Health guidelines for the reopening of schools, and passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on the 22nd day of April 2021 by the following vote. Okay. Now let's go to Danny. I'll start you back on your time so you have full 3 minutes.
Thank you. I was writing feverishly because, again, I cannot open it. I tried again. I refreshed several times, cannot get it to open.
Oh, Danny, can I ask you to pause real quick?
Yes.
I have to add the virtual academy. The very last line. Okay. 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 Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education directs the superintendent and staff to commence either the district's phase 6 traditional in-person learning model to provide all students in grades TK through 12 full schedule in-person instruction beginning on August 11th, 2021, consistent with the COVID-19 CDPH Yolo County Department of Public Health guidelines for the reopening of schools, and to move forward with the creation of a Washington Unified Virtual Academy for students who would stay primarily virtual, passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School District Board of Education on the 22nd day of April, 2021 by the following board. Okay, thank you. I was thinking that piece was missing. Okay, sorry, Danny, I really apologize. Now, go ahead.
All righty, no problem. It happens. Like I said, I was trying to write really fast because I cannot read it. Something about the superintendent and staff to commence regarding phase 6. Either, what does either mean? Is there an either or? I mean, is that the wrong verbiage used, or is that something that could make things change altogether? It's kind of confusing. That's all I have to ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Danny. Okay, Ryan Eisberg was next for that.
Good evening. Am I on?
Yes, you are, Ryan. Go ahead.
Good evening, trustees. Good to be here again. Thank you all for your time as always. Just real quick, first and foremost, thank you guys for taking up resolution for next year. Admittedly, I'm a little bit frustrated that it took the outcry of a community and over a year before our trustees decided to finally take up a resolution regarding fall. We have other schools around us still going back full-time in person now, and we're celebrating the fact that we have a resolution about next year. So while it's appreciated, again, it's timing is problematic. There are a few points, like Danny said, just reading over the drafting of it that concerns me. And again, I know it's just a resolution, but a few things here. One, the resolution does cite State Education Code section 43504 regarding offering education to the fullest extent possible. That's great. I would remind the district that right now we're currently not meeting that state statutory guideline. So it's great that you have it in the resolution for next year, but we're not meeting that statutory requirement now, which means we're leaving money on the table for our district. That's a problem. Number two, it references in the resolution Yolo County or CDPH guidelines. The drafting on the resolution here is unclear because what I'm curious about, does that mean that both Yolo County and CDPH guidelines have to be coherent? They have to be the same thing? What happens if Yolo County doesn't agree with CDPH guidelines? What happens just if one is greater than the other? What does that mean in terms of the resolution? What does our school district follow? And the last one, two more, same thing that Danny pointed out regarding there's an issue where it says therefore be it resolved. The language says either, but then there's no either option. And the last thing is there's a piece in there where it says, I'm sorry, I'm talking fast, I'm trying to meet my minute requirement here. Phase 5 says that traditional in-person, but it doesn't specify days, it doesn't specify hours. And I was going to say it didn't even reference the virtual academy we've been talking about. So I'm glad we have that done. All that to say this, I'm glad we have a resolution. One of the constant questions we are continually asked is why parents are struggling to trust the district. I will tell you tonight, the reason is because we've had a year to put together a resolution, and we have a one-page resolution that has riddled with drafting errors, is unclear in terms of its language, and doesn't specify specifics about what the school day is when it should. We've had a year to put this together, guys. 5 days full-time is what the resolution should say. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. I'll sign off.
Ryan. Next would be Amaya. Oops, stop. Next would be Amaya Beck.
Hi, thanks for taking comments. My name is Amber Pasricha Beck.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, that's okay. I can't change the name. So I just want to say that I'm very much appreciative of the resolution, but similar to Ryan, I'm still hesitant about the board's willingness and the school district's willingness to move forward on in-person school for the fall. We've heard all about the wonderful virtual academy and the plans that they've made, and we've heard nothing nothing about what the plans are for full-time in-person instruction for the fall. I'm very much in support of that. So the other thing I wanted to say also, following the other comments, is either, and the word either or, I believe President Pizzotti said that it was full-time and provides all students in grades TK through 12 full schedule in-person instruction, or the virtual learning academy. I just want to be sure that you know, the direction of the board isn't push one or the other. We need both. So please make sure that both are getting the attention of staff, both are getting the you know, full attention of the teachers and everything else, because it is important. And I think we all need to get back to full-time in-person instruction now, but definitely by the fall. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. I appreciate your comments on that. There was some issues with that language, and I noticed it too. It does say either, and on the resolution that I read from the one that was posted, I didn't see the virtual academy language online, because that's where I downloaded it from. So it just says either, and then there's no language about virtual academy. There's so I could see how that could be confusing. There's no other option. So basically it says either, and then it stops. So but the one, the piece of paper that Dr. Hildreth, you handed me, basically does list out the virtual academy. So it says either we're coming back full in person. I didn't see an or, but it then mentioned the virtual academy. So can we get some clarification from staff here what this is? Yeah, we need it for the CDS code. We have to approve the virtual language for the CDS code.
So just to clarify, the resolve is that we will have a full in-person, or that as an option, or a virtual academy. So we are preparing for both. Was that the question?
Yeah, so I'm sorry, I also am unable to download it right now on Agenda Online for some reason. So I am experiencing the same constraint as the public. So it's hard. From what I've seen, I'll propose an amendment to strike either, and to not make it like we were all, it sounds like, as you read it, all traditional or all in person. I would actually clarify language that the virtual counts for those who are choosing to attend, something to that effect, for greater clarity in terms of the intent, that our primary intent is traditional phase 6 by striking the either, and being very clear that the virtual are those students who select to attend. I'm not sure that's the right language. Any other wordsmiths? Non-English language learner trustees?
I think absolutely either needs to come out.
Yeah, I agree.
That is not our intent. You know, as a working mom, I think everyone would echo this. I fully expect my children to be at school full time in August. So there's no question about that. And Washington Unified knows how to do full-time school. That's what we know. The virtual is what's new and what we need a charter school member for. So I take out superintendent and staff to commence phase 6 traditional in-person learning model to provide all students in grade TK-12 full schedule, keep all of that language, and then say, and to add the virtual charter. It's not an either, it's we're going to provide this for all students, and we're going to create a virtual option for those who want.
We will update that language and make sure that the revised version is also posted.
This is what Mario just said.
This is what's
Or it's PDF, yeah, PDF code. Um, so Superintendent Hildreth, did you get that wordsmithing? Because the one online is not up to date, but for the public, we can read explicitly the additions and
We have to
amendments.
read it into the motion.
So what I have is therefore be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District Board of Education directs the superintendent and staff to commence the district's Phase 6 traditional in-person learning model to provide all students in grades TK-12 full schedule in-person instruction beginning on August 11th, 2021, consistent with the COVID-19 CDPH and Yolo County Department of Health Public Health guidelines for the reopening of schools, and to move forward with the creation of a Washington Unified Virtual Academy for students who would stay primarily virtual.
Yeah, okay. Okay, now that we've got that clarified, I believe there's a motion in order as amended.
I think as amended, I move to adopt the resolution as read, amended.
As amended. And I will second.
So we have a motion by Vice President Wong, seconded by President Biden. I'm going to call roll. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
And Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Awesome. Resolution is adopted. Thank you for staff's attention and helping wordsmith that. I appreciate that, Dr. Hildreth and President or Vice President Wong. Excuse me. Okay, moving on to approval of Resolution 2021-41, Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Let's see, do you want to read that? Hey, I'm largest advocate on the board.
Yes, I will read the Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month
I'll read it.
resolution and to entertain any questions afterwards. Resolution of Washington Unified School District number 2021-41. Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Whereas the state of California is home to over 600,000 Asian and Pacific Islander students from kindergarten through grade 12. Whereas the diversity of these groups include Bengali, Burmese, Khmer or Cambodian, Chinese, Filipino, Hmong, Indonesian, Japanese, Korean, Lao, Malayan, Okinawan, Pakistani, Thai, Vietnamese, Samoan, Asian Indian, and others. We acknowledge the historical and cultural contributions of the Asian Pacific Americans in the development of the state of California, and whereas many Asian Pacific Americans have experienced the injustice of exclusionary acts, denial of citizenship, and land ownership, as well as internment in relocation camps. And whereas we acknowledge these Americans for their contributions to government, industry, and commerce, agriculture, science, literature, and the arts, and therefore it be resolved that the Washington Unified School District recognizes the month of May as Asian American and Pacific Islander Heritage Month and encourages all schools to commemorate this occasion.
All
We can entertain.
Public comment. Seeing and hearing that.
I appreciate this and it being adopted a week before May. I move.
Thank you, Vice President Wong.
I second.
Second by Trustee Barnett. Yeah. All right. It was still a roll call vote. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Trustee Barnett.
Aye.
And I too vote. And that's the resolution adopted.
Okay. And I can read the next one since I was also a classified employee if you like to actually follow this very
There you
text.
go.
So,
No, I'm one.
so resolution number 2021-42, Classified School Employees Week, May 16th through 22nd of 2021. Whereas the week of May 16th through May 22nd, 2021 has been designated as Classified School Employees Week throughout California, and whereas the Washington Unified School District employs more than 350 classified employees who perform services that are vital to the educational process, and whereas classified employees provide services to students and their families, to teachers, administrators, and to other staff, and to the general public that are essential to the efficient operation of our educational system. And whereas classified employees support and enhance the educational process by assisting instructors preparing nutritious meals, maintaining buildings and grounds, and performing all technical business, clerical, and secretarial functions. And whereas Washington Unified classified employees provide our organization with specialized skills and contribute to the educational excellence in our schools and programs day in and day out. And whereas classified employees provide services that enable the Washington Unified School District to respond effectively to the needs of students and their families, teachers, administrators, and other staff, and the needs of the greater community. Therefore, it be resolved that the Washington Unified School District extends its sincere appreciation and commendation to classified school employees and proclaims the week of May 16th through May 22nd, 2021 as Classified School Employee Week.
All right. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing and hearing none. Is there a motion?
I'll move.
Moved by Vice President Wong.
I'll second.
Second by Trustee Corrigan.
Let's do a roll call vote. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Two vote aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
And Trustee Corrigan-Gonzalez.
Aye.
Resolution is adopted. Moving on to M4, recognition of Resolution 2021-43, California Day of the Teacher, May 12th, 2021. Since we should deal with stereotypes, I can read it if you want.
Just a fact. All right. Yes, I will happily read this. Resolution number 21-43, California Day of the Teacher, May 12, 2021. Whereas the Washington Unified School District is fortunate to have a team of skilled, caring educators who, during the current unprecedented global pandemic, have taken on the role of essential workers, making it possible for students to continue to learn during this uncertain time. And whereas Washington Unified School District teachers, while facing personal and professional challenges, work tirelessly to provide student instruction through distance learning. And whereas Washington Unified School District teachers have responded to the call to serve as disaster service workers in service to the community at large, and in particular to supporting healthcare and essential workers with childcare needs. And whereas Washington Unified School District teachers have been responsible for educating hundreds of thousands of students since the founding of Washington Unified School District and have led efforts to promote and advance educational opportunity for all. And whereas Washington Unified School District teachers have promoted the value of public education and advocated for the resources necessary to maintain high quality schools. And whereas Washington Unified School District teachers have not only historically shaped the education system in West Sacramento, but continue to take the leading role in efforts to improve education for all. And whereas the theme of the 38th annual California Day of the Teacher is California Teachers Inspiring Generations. Therefore, be it resolved that the Washington Unified School District extends its sincere appreciation and commendation to all Washington Unified School District teachers and the West Sacramento Teachers Association by celebrating May 12, 2021 as California Day of the Teacher, passed and adopted by the Washington Unified School Board of Education on this 22nd day of April 2021 by the following vote.
Thank you. Is there any public comment on this one? Seeing and hearing none. Is there any board comments or motions?
So moved.
Moved by Gonzalez.
I will second. We will take a roll call vote. Trustee Corrigan-Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Trustee Barnes.
I too vote aye. Trustee Barnes. Aye. All right, that resolution is adopted. Moving on to M5, Budget Development Study Session, Dr. Cheryl Hildreth, Superintendent.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. We would like to have a second budget development study session for the trustees and for the public. We had our initial budget study session back in February, and we would like to present updated information, update on the budget process, student enrollment projections, the second interim MYP, the federal funds and staffing needs for 2021-22. And so we're bringing forward 2 dates, optional dates, and we need to just hear what your availability will be, and then we can move forward with scheduling. So we propose the date of either May 4th, that's a Tuesday, or May 5th, where we could have a special board meeting with the budget development study session as our topic.
Do you have a particular time in mind, just regular evening, or yeah?
Based on everyone's schedule, we would probably be consistent with the 5:30 start time.
Okay. Either day is open for me.
For me, I could do a little earlier if that helps, but for me, my husband and I have opposite schedules that week. So I already have secured grandparents on the 5th. So the 5th would be easier for me to do. I could make the 4th work if nobody else can, but the 5th would be easier.
I'm open. Perfect. Okay. You think you can do it? So stick around. Yeah.
I'll unmute. Could we, if we do the 4th, could we just do a little earlier than 5:30?
Whatever is the pleasure of the board. What time?
I could do 4.
You do 4? I can do 4 as well. Can you do 4?
Okay.
4 o'clock on May 4th.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hang on, I'm putting it in my calendar now. Hang on. All right. We are good. And now we are moving on to the consent agenda. We have language to amend on N1, I believe, or N11.
Yes, we have language to amend on item N11, and that item should read that the purchase will be funded using Measure V, not Measure Z dollars.
Okay. Thank you. So it will be as amended to say Measure V, not Measure Z dollars.
Yes.
Is there any public comment for the consent agenda? I see one hand raised. Go ahead, Dan.
So is that item, is that for the furniture? I'm not looking at the agenda right this second because I have to look at different devices to look at the agenda and watch the meeting. Is that item that you just changed from Measure Z to Measure V? Is that for the furniture being purchased for the Fallbrook campus?
Yeah, the item is approval of the contract with Capital Program Management for the Measure Z bond project implementation plan and master program budget.
Oh, so that's the capital management company? Again, I can't.
And that's what an 11 is.
And 11. Okay, sorry, I can't look at the agenda while I'm looking at you guys, so it's kind of hard. It's a little system I have to do. Okay, so that's Measure V money, not Measure Z money. Yet the Fallbrook furniture, again, it's on consent. I don't know what item number it is. It's taking Measure Z money, which I did want to question because I thought that Measure V was funding Fallbrook and Measure Z money was not being used at Fallbrook. If that makes sense. Does that make sense? Hello? Did that make sense?
Yeah, Danny, we're not supposed to engage in a dialogue back and forth. But
Okay, well, the Brown Act doesn't prohibit you from answering questions to the public. It specifically states you can't answer questions or direct staff to answer questions. Thank you.
okay, we're gonna move on to other public comment on this item. I see one hand raised. Yeah, I know. Okay. Yorgos, I believe there's one hand raised. Mr.
Yes, Kazis Shukis, your microphone is turned on and you may begin when ready.
Okay, thank you. So we're talking about N11 now, I believe, correct? I mean, is that what we're on now? N11 on the agenda? Or N14? Wasn't clear when the superintendent made the changes. Sounded like we were on N14. Can you clarify? N11 is the election of the CPM company.
President Azadi, can I just suggest that we just pull that item for clarity because there's a little bit of confusion? I'm going to propose to move item N10 for the clarification and editing regarding Measure V to action, and then that's that.
N or N11?
It's 11.
And oh,
No, it's 14.
sorry.
Okay.
And N11. I'm sorry,
Okay.
Superintendent Hildreth is at N11. I apologize. It's N11 for clarification around Measure Z and V edit.
Excuse me, but that clarification would be on 14, N14 that has the furniture in it. N11 has the reference to capital program management. So you want to table capital program management nomination, and you guys are not on the same page.
I'm sorry, Mr. Shukis, this is not a conversation back and forth. So if you can just make your public statement, and if you can state your question, that way we can potentially direct staff to answer.
Okay, so my question is for N11. Will the CPOP Measure Z oversight requirements be integrated into the CPM plan, implementation plan? So when they come up with an implementation plan, will there be action items listed that, in other words, CBOC will be reviewing this and CBOC will be taking a look at these funds at certain times in their plan? That's one question. And in their contract, on the last page of the CPM contract, which is referenced in N11, they have an hourly rate that they publish for just about everybody in their company. Is that if you pick up the phone and contact anybody, is that an instant charge of whatever that value is? In other words, is it you make contact, that's the charge, or are they going to accumulate minutes until they reach an hour and then charge us? Because I've been involved in business with companies that you pick up the phone, they'll give you the hourly rate. So nowhere does it state how that's going to transpire, if you know, And you might
Mr.
have a
Shukas,
number
thank
of
you. I appreciate that. Your time is expired. Thank you. We have your question.
Okay, that's for N11. I'll wait for N14. Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So we're going to do consent now, and we have N11 that's been pulled, and we'll take that up as an action item. Okay. So with that, the consent agenda. Do we have any comments, discussion on the consent agenda?
Can we have,
11 poll.
I believe that as you know, here, I think there's lots of items regarding furniture, outdoor furniture. I think
Okay.
there's a point of clarification to be made
Sure.
so that it's clear that those outdoor furniture are being used by one-time funds. Angie, I don't know, can you clarify the furniture question and where those funds are coming from? I think specifically folks are talking about the outdoor dining. I don't, there's two things. Is it with Angie? I don't. Angie.
There she is. Hang on a second, Angie. Let's get a motion to extend past 10 o'clock real quick. Or not.
Trustee Barnes did raise it, so I'm assuming that's a motion.
All right, motion by Trustee Barnes.
I will second.
There's birthing seconds from Trustees Kirby Gonzalez and Vice President Wong. With that roll call vote, Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President Wong.
Aye.
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 Vote aye, Trustee Barnes. Okay, so we are going to extend past 10. Okay. Angie, are you there? Can you hear us?
I am here. Can you hear me? Because I keep trying to turn my camera on and it's not working.
We can hear you. It's fine.
Okay. All right. As long as I'm heard.
Yeah.
Were you following the questions? Folks are I think it helped benefit folks to understand and us for just ultimate clarity that what is paying for I believe the storage furniture for Fallbrook and the outdoor dining.
Two different funding sources. So the storage furniture for Fallbrook will be funded out of Measure V. It was a typo, so I apologize for that. And then the outdoor furniture should all be under COVID relief funds because that will help accommodate any outdoor dining needs during COVID time and also have long-standing benefits thereafter.
Thank you.
All we needed. Thank you, Angie. We really appreciate that. And thank you for sticking around this late. Oh, and Dr. Hildreth, go ahead.
Angie, just a quick question. Again, if you can share where there should be the Measure V instead of Measure Z, can you share what item number that is, just to make sure we're all clear?
Yes, I was actually, I had the item with Mr. Shukas in front of me, and he referenced item N11, which would be for CPM's services, which to address that, the role of the CBOC is to review the expenditures of projects. The CBOC doesn't have much connection with the project development prior to, and we're looking forward to establishing our first CBOC meeting where we're going to go over what those, I guess, roles include. So that will be coming in time. And then also the agenda item N14 is for I believe the furniture. And so I'm trying to flip through, but I don't want to make too much paper sounds as I'm flipping through the agenda
Don't
that
worry,
I
we're
also
gonna-
printed up. Thank you.
Got it.
Wrong item.
You pulled the wrong item.
I pulled the wrong item.
That's it. Okay. Well, we made the comment to amend language, right? Well, well, we already voted and then, oh, have we passed the consent? Okay, okay. So we can place N11 back on the consent agenda and pull N11, or we can just make the consent agenda amendment to measure V, not measure Z. On N13. Right. So all right, so let's just do this. Let's just pull N13 and move it to action, okay? And N11 is being placed back on consent, okay? Yeah. Right. Let's make sure, let's run this through one more time. Angie, since you're still there. Okay. Is it N11 that the error was made, the measure V versus measure Z, or N13?
I am flipping through.
Because that's, yeah, measure Z, yeah. So N13 says, if you look on the fund, it says fund number 21, measure Z, which I thought fund number 21 was measure V.
Yes.
Oh, they
So
both do?
yes, according to the
Right.
shoot. Wait. 14. I show that 14 is referencing the Kona relief funds.
Yes, we're clear on that one. We're talking
Right.
about N11.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
and 13.
Okay. So 13 should be measure V fund, which is correctly identified as
Okay.
Fund 21.
Okay, so it says measure Z. Okay. It says financial
No,
impact.
it says measure Z.
Hang on, it says financial impact for the purchase of classroom storage furniture from one workplace is valued at $238,528.76 and will be funded by the Measure Z fund, fund number 21. That's supposed to be Measure V, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So N11 is, or N13 needs to be amended to M. Okay. Okay. And then N11. N11 is financial impact. Says the financial impact for the contract with Capital Program Management is $140,000 and will be initially funded by the general fund, Fund 01, which will be reimbursed by Measure Z once funds are issued to the district. Now that sounds correct. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct. It is temporarily funded by by the general fund.
By the general fund, and it'll be reimbursed, but once the bonds are issued.
Yes.
Measure Z bonds are issued, correct. So it's N13 that we need to pull to amend. Okay, okay. We're all clear now. I think we got it. Sorry, Angie. All right. So now that we got the right number, we're pulling N13. The rest of the consent agenda is ready to be taken up for consent. Do we have a motion on consent? Minus N13.
So moved.
Moved by Kirby Gonzalez.
I second.
Second by Vice President Wong. All right.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Aye. All right. The consent agenda is adopted. And let's move over to action items. 01, approval of the AB 1200 disclosure of collective bargaining agreement with the West. No, we're moving that to the end. N13 will be moved to the end of action. I'll start again. 01, approval of the AB 1200 disclosure of collective bargaining agreement with the West Sacramento Teachers Association, California School Employees Association, Management and Confidential Employees, Norma Gonzalez, Interim Associate Superintendent of Administrative Services.
Yes, so this item is relative to the $1,000 stipend that was awarded to certificated, classified, and the management teams. And in essence, this is a formal process that the county offices oversee, the fiscal oversight of school districts. So it's as it pertains to Government Code Section 3547.5, that's a requirement that whenever there's a fiscal impact and compensation is awarded to staff, this is a formal process. So with that, the district did utilize, didn't use the general fund, but utilize the in-person instruction grant, which equated to approximately an estimated value of $864,299. These are the grant monies, which more information will come, but there is 2.5 million of that in-person instruction grant. And like I said, more information will be coming with regard to that at a separate special budget workshop. But because we have to comply with this requirement, that comes to you this evening for formal approval.
Great, thank you, Norma. Is there any public comment on this item? Seeing and hearing none.
I move.
Motion by Vice President Wong.
Second.
Second by Trustee Barnes. Roll call vote. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. All right. Moving on to 03, since we've already dispensed with 02. Approval of resolution 2021-40 and agreement to join local North Valley Schools Insurance Group 2 Joint Powers Agency. Norma Gonzalez, Interim Associate Superintendent of Administrative Services.
Thank you. So currently the district is a member of a co-op or a partner of NIFSIG, which is the North Valley Schools Insurance Group. We are already partners with Live Oak Unified School District, as well as Markham, Illinois, which I headed when we were engaging in this business transaction. They're both school districts up in near the Yuba City area. But with that said, we're currently already partnering with them and other school districts for our property and liability. But by pulling out, and we're still going to be under the Keenan umbrella, they're overseeing the legal parts of it, but it does help us as a district as well as those two other school districts to reduce the costs. The retention deductible reduces exposure for Washington Unified School District. So the cost is actually a slight cost savings, but the services are expanded. And that is one of the attachments. But with that said, the district is requesting the approval of the board to allow for us to make this switch to a different part of the co-op, which is the group 2. So we'd still be under the larger umbrella, but it allows for us to get different services, expanded services under this program. And again, as mentioned, the cost, it does equate to $680,750. It's currently $685,973, but it does expand our services. So we believe that it would be a benefit for us, the district. And also, one other key factor is that our deductibles would be smaller.
Oh, great. I'm going to read the resolution first, and then I'll call for public comment if there is any. North Valley Schools Insurance Group number 2, resolution of the Board of Directors of the Washington Unified School District declaring membership in the North Valley Schools Insurance Group number 2. Whereas school districts in the state of California have determined there is a need for affordable self-funded property and liability coverage to establish, operate, and maintain a joint powers agency for such coverage. And whereas Title I, Division 7, Chapter 5, Article 1, Section 6500 as all of the Government Code of the State of California authorizes joint exercise by 2 or more public agencies of any power common to them. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Washington Unified School District declares its membership in the North Valley Schools Insurance Group and instructs its duly authorized agent to execute on behalf of the Washington Unified School District the attached joint powers agreement. It is further resolved that the Board of Trustees of the Washington Unified School District appoints Norma Gonzalez as its official representative and Kylie Lane as its official alternate to the North Valley Schools Insurance Group. Passed and adopted by the Board of Trustees of the Washington Unified School District this 22nd day of April by the following vote. And having had that, is there anybody in public comment wishing to speak on this item? Seeing and hearing none, is there a motion or comments from the board?
I move.
Moved by Vice President Wong. President Wong,
Second.
second by Trustee Barnett. Vice President Wong.
Aye.
Trustee Barnett.
Aye.
Trustee Kirby.
Aye.
And I too vote aye. The
Thank you.
resolution is adopted.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to N13, and we pulled this item to amend the measure to state the funds will be coming from Measure V, not Measure Z. Correct? Okay. Do we need any comments from the public on this? Seeing and hearing none. Oh, Danny Langford, I see your hand up. Go ahead, Danny.
I just want to thank Jackie for actually asking staff to clarify that, because that was my sole question. Didn't need to be a big argument, Kobe. Just needed to have the staff given direction to answer the question. So thank you, Jackie, for making that clarification, because being that I've been to most of the Measure V meetings, I was under the impression that only Measure V money was being used for Fallbrook furniture, not Measure Z money. Thank you.
All right, with that.
I move.
All right, moved by Vice President Wong. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Seconded by Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Trustee Kirby Gonzalez.
Aye.
Vice President.
Aye.
I too vote aye. Trustee Barnes.
Aye.
All right. Moving on to P, Superintendent and Board comments.
Thank you, President Pizzotti. Before we end this evening, I do have just a few specific thank yous. I want to start by really giving a sincere, heartfelt thank you to our WSTA and CSEA members for all the hard work over the last year. But really, when I think about it, especially within the last 6 weeks, the fact that we were able to bring students back before spring break, that was a lot of professional development. a lot of meetings, a lot of planning with the help of our CSEA members and our teachers and our administrators. We were able to get the job done. And then coming back in April and being in school 4 days and doing a lot of changes. So everyone has just worked so hard to support our students and to get us into phase 5 of our path to reopening. I want to especially thank our bargaining teams from both WSTA and CSEA and the district team, because with all of those things going on, they were also having additional meetings just to make sure that all of our employees feel that they are supported and treated fairly. So, so glad to have this opportunity to just say thank you. I've also been going out and getting the opportunity to actually meet staff, which has been wonderful. I've been to the staff meetings and learning a little bit about each school and having the opportunity to share a little bit about my background has been wonderful. I've been able to see teachers and put names and faces together. So that has brought me great joy. As we have transitioned from the AB cohort to the AV cohort, it has been a smooth transition. I wanted to give you an update about our data in terms of how many students are in person and how many students are in the virtual setting. So overall, as the district, we are at 52% of our students are in person and 48% are virtual. When we break that down by K-8, we have 58% of our students in person and 42% virtual. When we look at 9-12, that's when we see a shift. So for example, at River City High School, we have 39% of the students in person and 61% remaining virtual. At Washington Middle College, we have 47% in person and 53% virtual. And at Yolo High, we have 40% in person and 60% virtual. What we're doing and disaggregating the data to be able to share in the next week or so is to really look at who's coming in person, breaking that down by our student groups. So as we're talking about additional supports and what we can learn, we'll be able to see which students are having success in either program, and then we can plan accordingly for support. I also want to thank our teachers, our classified staff, and our parents who have been able to engage with us thus far in our reopening listening tours, which started on Monday. We have had wonderful participation and great positive feedback from each group where they have appreciated being given the opportunity to share their thoughts on what's working over this last year, what are the things that we want to continue or improve on, what is not working, and what are the things that we need to start. And so I invite anyone who has not had the opportunity to attend one of our sessions. We have 3 more this coming week. We have a parent community reopening feedback session, one on Monday, and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez's will be with me. And then on Tuesday, we'll be with Clerk Venegas. And on Wednesday, we will be with Trustee Barnes. We've also, and those are from 6 to 7:30. And the Zoom links are available on our homepage. Also, we have added an additional session for Thursday, the 29th, where we will have one session in Spanish so that we can make sure that our Spanish-speaking parents have an opportunity to give that feedback or hear a presentation in completely in Spanish. So we're looking forward to that as well. Not only have we reached out to all of our adult stakeholders, we're also reaching out to our students. And so our students will be joining us for a listening session tomorrow. We're really looking forward to that one. And because we know that there are parents, community members, staff who may have wanted to give feedback, but were not able to join at the times where we had the sessions, we are having an online survey that will be going out tomorrow. Short, but it's giving us that needed feedback, and we're using this to form our plan for the fall. We want to make sure that we have heard from all of our stakeholders as we draft the plan and bring that forward to the board before the June 1st deadline. So just wanted to say thank you to everyone who's participated, and we're looking forward to sharing the data that we get from these town halls with you at a meeting in May. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Superintendent. Let's see, we'll go to Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. Didn't see her. Sorry.
Okay. We did have a county 2x2 meeting, and with Vice President Wong, who may elaborate and go into this more. We talked about the mental health grant and partnership and what we would do also as a county with some of the COVID dollars. This is really a big opportunity, and to make sure that the county and the school district and the city are all talking in alignment so that we can best use those dollars to extend them, as far as possible. So those conversations will be coming. They're forming working groups. They'll also be talking with the county superintendents of schools, and more to be coming on that. But it is over $120 million that we're talking about. And so some exciting opportunities to think about what could we do with that money to address student need, particularly around mental health and social emotional health. We also learned that our numbers for the vaccine in West Sacramento are low as a county. They do count all of us who have been vaccinated in Sacramento County. Our numbers are counted in YOLO. So for example, when it was my turn, we were still asked to get vaccinated in the county that we worked in. And so I was vaccinated in Sacramento County. My number still counts here with YOLO, which was a question that some people had asked. And it's important to note that specifically the lower vaccines, they noted were in Bright and Broderick. And so we really need to think about how we can play into that as a school district and how we can help to educate our community around that and to make access for our community. And there was some confusion because we had a vaccine clinic right over here at Holy Cross. And it was said that you didn't have to sign up, you could walk in. And then there was a announcement that said they were full, people had registered. No, we actually have spaces. So it just shows that this is complex work, and we have to all be on the same page in terms of our communication to get out. And I would love, love, love if there's a way that we can help also get our high school kids, now that we have the numbers are down, to open it up specifically to be promoting our students who are eligible, as well as their parents and our whole community, because that is an important piece of getting back. Okay, and in terms of any other pieces, I do want to give just one big shout out. I think we did it last time too, but it is Admin Professionals Week now. So to Mario, thank you for all that you do. You are so appreciated. And I'm looking forward to the listening sessions and really excited about that, and have heard the feedback about it. So I'm looking forward to that. I did have a very tiny one when I did a read aloud to a school, and I had some students give suggestions. So to all of us in this room, some things they would like: free ice cream, skylights that open so you can look out at the sky, and dogs on campus. So those were a few of the asks of some of our youngest kiddos. And the last piece, I think, for me is, as we look at the quarantine guidelines for schools, one we really look at that we're following the latest science in terms of how we're quarantining schools or classrooms, and also that we send out with that information about testing, which I'm looking forward to an update about what we're doing for testing. And also, it's confusing and ever changing. So families get that note about their child quarantining. Well, what does that mean for me? Do I quarantine? Does my other child quarantine? And we have a good matrix in that kind of back to school workbook. I think it's on page 9. I was looking at in terms of what you do, person A, person B, person C. So I think if we could add that to our families in that communication, it would help them. And we are on the final push, and our staff is tired, and our kiddos need a lot of encouragement right now because we are just at that final time, and the weather's getting really nice outside our doors. And so just to thank everybody for what they do. And I know it has been a hard year, and you hear the words learning loss, and you hear some of the comments coming out, but there have been some incredible things that have happened this year despite very hard odds. And I know that we have staff that have lost sleep over the students in this district many, many nights, and have had struggled to put their students at the very top, and themselves and their families' needs sometimes came last. And I know it has been a hard year, and but I encourage everyone to take this time right now and just celebrate all we've done, being together, and cherish these last few weeks that we have with our kids who have all done just some really, really incredible things during certainly the hardest year in public education. Thank you.
Trustee Barnes. What?
What'd you
Oh
say?
man.
Are you? Okay.
You're up next. I can hear everybody, but nobody can hear me.
I can hear you.
Oh,
Okay.
okay.
So,
Turn off my
yeah,
camera.
thank you for that, Dr. Hildreth and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez. I am also excited about the town hall meetings and the listening tour, and that we've gotten really good feedback on those two things. And also so thankful to be back 4 days and to have the hard work of our teachers. I've seen a few of them who are happy to be back, and also grateful for that planning time they have in the afternoon, especially on Wednesdays. So thank you for all your hard work, and I know our kids appreciate it, and so do we. And same goes for the staff working tirelessly. I don't know how everyone's keeping up, but you are, and that's amazing, and I'm thankful. So yeah, thank you for all of that. Being in the healthcare industry, I know that we've been working sort of behind the scenes on getting the testing program going. So there isn't a solid, announcement yet, but know that is in the process, using the state-funded, the CDPH-funded test kits, and also a platform that's funded by the state that has been incredible over the past year. So lots of details to come, lots of really good details to come in the very near future. I also was at the Yolo County Children's Alliance last week, and it was a really great opportunity because I hadn't been there before. So I'm loving all the new things I'm learning about West Sacramento as a new-ish resident, 4 years, and the vaccine rate in West Sac, as Trustee Kirby Gonzalez mentioned, is a little low, and so I'm hoping to be able to somehow be involved in getting that info out to the folks, getting clinic when they do pop up, announcements out, and hopefully we can all get back with vaccines and testing if needed in the meantime, and yeah, get back soon. Full 5 days next year. Yay. And I'm so looking forward to all of the summer programs. So thank you to the staff working on that. I think those will be really, really great programs too.
Great, thank you. And Vice President Wong.
Thanks. I hadn't realized we actually, this is our first official board meeting in like a month. So thanks for the reminder of the 2x2. And I'm like, oh yeah, that was, but I thought that was last month. With spring recess. So yes, lots of program updates. And specifically, we get a piece of that Rescue Act. And I know that we were actively planning to kind of figure that out together. That was a request from Supervisor Villegas and Supervisor Sandy, yeah, on that call with all of them, in addition to all of the state mental health work that we are doing together to enhance that. So stay tuned. I know staff at all levels are working really hard to actually work on that. So really excited about what that means. Want some clarity as to how fast we need to spend that money and what type of plans are in place. So hopefully maybe we can ask the county as to when what that looks like and how that's going to get rolled out. We also had a city 2x2 in in that time where there was an intern that Mayor Guerrero was supervising and had actually presented some really interesting information about our quote unquote at-risk youth who were justice involved. And so that was a very, very small sample, but really interesting findings that I don't recall at the top of my head right now. But I'm sure President Pizzotti will update, but really appreciate the ability to actually utilize interns for a number of things and highlight some of our work. And just as we think about planning in the future, I know this came up at our town hall about how we can actually partner with our universities to actually get school psychologists, counselors, social workers to enhance the services. Even when we may not be able to afford full-time work as a supplement and as a learning center for graduate students who need the hours and the placements. So really, and actually school nurses, if we think about it, as if they want those hours on. So kind of how do we partner with our local universities in that manner? I actually was struck, and I've been sharing this with Superintendent Luna because I've been to two classified, a teacher town hall and a parent town hall, as that, and just really heartened about the similarities and the focus on social emotional engagement of students centered, and really just a very clear support for in-person learning and education and environment. I feel that sometimes we spend a lot of time on Facebook or at these board meetings, and what was interesting to me was that the town halls created a forum where people who normally wouldn't come to a public forum or post things on Facebook had a real conversation with Superintendent Hildreth. So thank you for excellent facilitation by the folks you chose. Because it was, I think it just made me realize that there's lots of noise, either when we're sitting here and hearing those voices, but also that actually don't allow space for other people who also want to participate. And so the community is much more aligned in this than they are disparate, as some may actually try to present here. So just really heartened by that conversation, and I'm looking forward to the student town halls tomorrow. So yeah, that was really, really excellent. So I appreciate you putting that together. I know that's a lot of hard work. Today, as many of you know, that I now work at First Five California, and we had a long day talking about ACEs and ACEs Aware and being transformative in what we do, right, from an equity North Star focus. And I am excited to kind of get over the hump of the things that we needed to do during the pandemic and actually really get back to the root of our why and why we're on this board, and what we actually what many folks who are attracted to us are for in terms of equity, right? Whether that be for our English language learners, or think about racial equity, what that is. I'm heartened to actually pick up that torch and continue our work around implicit bias, unpacking that intentionally, because I think that that's been pushed to the side, and we actually have probably at this point a moral responsibility to pick that up again, and a great opportunity post-pandemic to actually get that really more ingrained in our practice. So it becomes top of mind, that it doesn't become an afterthought or just an hour PD. So I'm excited about all of that and the ability to look forward into the fall. And yeah, that's it.
Awesome. Thank you, Vice President Wong. And you're right, we did have a 2x2 and it kind of seems so long ago now. But you mentioned something, and Trustee Kirby Gonzalez brought it up in the county 2x2, but Vice President Wong brought it up in the city 2x2, and that was aligning the county, city, and school district in terms of trying to provide those mental health supports and
To
using
be clear, I
those
would say I'm
dollars.
always happy to spend somebody else's money.
Right,
Always happy.
absolutely. So I do appreciate that comment that you brought up, and that you definitely brought it into the city 2x2. So that was very beneficial. And yeah, that was an interesting interesting presentation by the intern. I believe she was from Portland State, right? I think so. From Portland State, on youth that are in the judicial system or have sometimes been in the judicial system. And it wasn't just West Sacramento specifically, but it was Yolo County. And it was an interesting study. And I don't want to get into the weeds of it, but it was, very eye-opening to see some of the data and the facts and figures.
No, and that's the relationships matter.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And I would agree with that. I too have been in 2 town hall meetings or 2 town hall forums. One was with CSEA yesterday, I believe. And then was it Monday or Tuesday? Tuesday, I was with the parent group. And much like Vice President Wong said, the space in which we were able to communicate there was very open and very, it was very conducive to hearing everybody, right? Not just, hey, we want everybody back full 5 days. Hey, we want our kid to remain virtual. Hey, we want something in between, right? It was a very safe space. And people that we don't often hear from were able to speak up and say, hey, look, we need to make sure that we don't forget to do this while trying to do that, right? And it also raised awareness to me on some of the polling that there's polling that goes on these town hall forums, and some of the polling data which popped up to me were kind of shocking. Like when I thought, okay, number 1 would be getting all the votes, it turned out to be number 10, right? I was absolutely shocked by what people care about in terms of showing what they're most paying attention to and what they're most interested in and seeing develop. So I felt those were very fascinating. And then the CSEA town hall forum was great, super informative, and everybody there, which one thing that I found very fascinating was that many of the CSEA comments were around helping teachers. Like our teachers they were saying, our teachers are exhausted. They're overworked and they're just exhausted, and they need help and they need some kind of assistance just to get it to the end of the year and to look forward to next year, right? So I felt like that was something that was an interesting message that I didn't naturally, think would, yeah, totally, completely service oriented. And so, there was some very good comments in there, especially on like, hey, let's make sure we get the right use of these monies, especially in hiring the paras, in terms of the funding from the state. So brought up, Dr. Hildreth, you brought up the surveys, the online surveys, and some of the polling that, as we mentioned, they're in these parent group meetings as well as the classified and teacher meetings, but especially for the parent meetings, we have the online forum for doing a survey. we need to remember not to forget the paper, because that is something that many families just they don't connect online, and we've seen that with our own kids, right? So many of the families don't connect online generally to answer this, but if we have paper to send home, maybe that's something that we can do to get feedback that way.
And if I can add, we have asked all of our school sites to make sure that paper copies are also available for that reason.
Good. Now, do they have to ask for it, or do they have to, or can it just be sent home in a handout for the kids?
So right now, we have just asked them to have it available, but what we can do is for those schools who normally send out information, or we think about how the parent survey in the November and January were sent out, we'll ask those schools to send it for those families who they already know, and then to add it into their announcements that the survey is coming, but if you need a paper copy, that can be provided as well.
Right, that's great. Yeah, I just want to make sure that we're reaching out and touching the most amount of families as possible with this survey, because I think it's valuable, and I don't want to have one set of voices overrule another set just because they're the ones that turned it in, right? So I want to make sure we're hearing everything and getting all the possible feedback. So with that, I want to say thank you to the 10 staff members that are with us here still at 10:45. We have gotten done a little bit earlier tonight than before. So I guess if there's positives, let's draw on that. But yeah, we're going in the right direction. So I'll shut up and just say thank you, Dr. and Mario, Norma, Stephanie, Yorgos, Andre, Matt, for hanging with us. So I really do appreciate you, and thank you to all our teachers and classified staff out there that are really busting their rumps. Oh, and Jay, I didn't see Jay. Sorry, Jay, I'm not going to forget you. And thank you for the great conversation today, Jay. And thank you to all the teachers and staff out there that really have been busting their tails to get us to this place. It's really, we're starting to see the light, and now we're moving forward, back to a full return. So with that, the future board agenda items.
I was remiss in doing this.
Is there any future board agenda
Dolores
items?
Ward today was April 10th. I mean, we didn't have a board meeting then anyways, but I'll do it. Yeah, we can always do it in arrears. I just want to acknowledge it. She's done so much for our district, has come here to speak to our teachers and done a number of things. So I just want to acknowledge her. And even though it's April 10th, we can actually teach about her any single day. We recognize Cesar Chavez.
That's right.
Often don't understand that behind Cesar there was Dolores and a host of other folks who don't get that limelight. So if we can adopt April 10th as Dolores Huerta Day, that would be lovely.
Adopted.
Or
we can put together a resolution after the fact, but recognizing that day and showing our appreciation. So any others? Future board agenda items? Going once, going twice. All right. Since the agenda is cleared, we are adjourned. I can just say it now, right? I can just say it.